the agriculture program, irrigation programs, implementation of other networks, greenhouse, smart cattle houses. All of that is aimed at the betterment of the situation, and the Ministry of Economy is doing its best to actually pay attention to the smart agriculture changes, and these ideas and strategies are also going to be aimed at the events of climate change. Thank you. Thank you.
Այժմ ուզում խոսքը փոխանցել փոխվարչապետի գրասենյակի ներկայացուցիչ Աստղիկ Հայրապետյանին, ով ծրագրի ամբողջ ընթացքում մետուղն է եղել եւ իր կարևոր խորհուրդներով աջակցել է ծրագրի իրականացմանը։
And now we'll have the representative of the ministry. Thank you, Lilith. Just as presented by my colleagues, I'm Astrid Karapetyan from the ministry, as representative of the vice minister, and I'm member of the standing committee. First of all, I'd like to thank the participants, the invitation for the participants of this event, and I'd like to thank our EU countries and EU country partners for their participation and for their implementation. 2020 was a turning event, just in terms of the Black Sea Basin, and also it indirectly affected the implementation of the project for the online platform, and also it allowed to change the cooperation, the key principle of format of people to people, which is a key principle as such. And luckily in 2021, we were granted an opportunity to go back to the normal. And what comes to this program, I would like to highlight that within the title of the project, we have climate smart and green agriculture. And this is seen as a priority, and a priority in terms of communication and cooperation of EU and European countries in general. And in particular, if we're talking about current developments, then we should understand that key ideas are for the European Union and also for the investment program as a main idea. What comes to the Black Sea Basin and further cooperation, then I would say that the previous committees and being representatives of the current standing committee, I would allow myself to talk about the importance of the key strategic significance that is still being reserved. And in concluding all of this, I would just like to thank all of you thank you to our partners, and best of luck in the further endeavors. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to the Vice Rector of Madame Movsian of Agrarian University. On my behalf, and also on behalf of the Rector of the Agrarian University, I would like to greet everyone and to wish you a great and productive day. First of all, I would like to say that iCare Foundation and Agrarian University have been cooperating closely for around 20 years, and iCare is our faithful colleague, and such programs are really important both for the educational purposes and also scientific purposes of our programs. What comes to workshops, we have very actively participated in them, and both the students and the academic staff. So exchange of experience is actually really important in terms of the vision and implementing the vision. This is also very good in terms of the educational reforms that we're having as a country, because we're trying to have all of that implemented in our educational system. And when it comes to the topic itself, that is to say, the climate smart and green agriculture, and they're becoming widespread. I should say for the Agrarian University right now, this is also a dominant tendency, because Agrarian University has adopted the need to work with the goals of UN development and also national development, where all of this is seen as a priority. And in this direction, Agrarian University, just as has been mentioned by my colleague, Irina, it has had a lot of achievements. And this is also important in terms of the cooperation between the ministries. So I believe this would be really nice in terms of acquiring new knowledge and exchange of experience. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Artur Grigoryan, who is the head of iCare Foundation. Artur is outside. He's not in the country, so we're trying to fix the sound. He's abroad. Can you hear me? Hello, dear colleagues. Hello, dear colleagues. I'd like to greet you on this super important event, and I believe actually it's a significant achievement that we could implement this program with partners, with a large scope of partners, and in terms of cooperation with our partners. I would briefly present ICARE and also the vision that we have in ICARE connected with this project. And for more than 20 years, iCare Foundation has been working in Armenia, implementing agribusiness education related programs with the Texas University and also with our other university partners of ours. And we have a great research team. We do also agricultural development. Our educational programs are quite different. This is greenhouse, crops management, EVN, Wine Academy that I'm sure you've heard of, agribusiness and marketing program, and a number of other short-term and long-term educational programs. What comes to our vision, I should be highlighting that in terms of the vision, in terms of the development of the few next years, in the province, in the community called Proscian, we're now establishing a center, and we're going to develop the idea that agricultural, educational, and work, we believe, should be done together at the same place, at the same time. And in terms of acquiring practical knowledge, this is really important. So in the centers that is being built in the province of Proscian, the community of Proscian, actually we're going to implement many classes as well as this practical activities. We will have a winery, a garden, a park, and other agricultural infrastructures. And I also find it important to highlight that we will have agro-business incubator, a startup incubator, and also accelerator of businesses that are currently in place. And we already have some interest from a number of teams in terms of their business, conducting their business work in our center. And what comes to this center, the way it is connected with the A-Green program is that we believe that in terms of climate adaptation and activities of climate adaptation, it is really of central importance to do testing. That is to say, maybe connected with new crops that would be more easy to adapt for the climate. And in that respect, our Proscian Center is seen as an experimental field for businesses so that they can contribute to the adaptability of Armenian agriculture and to strengthening this adaptability given the climate conditions. Thank you. Thank you so much, Artur. Now I would like to give the floor to a green project coordinator and a country representative, Ms. Violeta Dimitrova Naidenova, who will be telling about the entire program later on. But right now, just a few words of greeting, please.
Hello, everybody. I will make this in English. Unfortunately, we could not learn Armenian in 15 minutes, even we tried very hard. Thank you very much for this huge interest of the event to date. And as far as I understood from the previous presentations, a lot of institutions, a lot of educational and research centers are already working on this issue and this topic in Armenia, and we are very happy to hear of that. And we are very happy that we have most of them presenting today. So we wish all of us a fruitful work during the conference and good luck. Thank you.
Շնորհակալություն Վիոլետ։
Thank you, Violetta. Thank you, Violetta.
Նույն Վիոլետային
Now, I will ask Violetta to go into greater detail to talk about the projects and generally to say what a green project means, because we had local events with local representatives and mostly we were centered around the situation in Armenia. And today it's already time for us to be able to understand the project in terms of the region. And generally, Violetta will be talking about the Black Sea Basin, about the cooperation, about the results of this cooperation, and also the current situation. Please, Violetta.
Thank you. So it's me again. There. Will I be able to see also? Yes. So it's me again. I hope I will not bore you today because I will need to tell you more details about the project, just to introduce the background, why we have decided to have this initiative at the beginning, and what we have already done and what is about to be done in the following months. So today is the first international event organized under the project. It's the International Business Conference, and this one, as first conference, is dedicated to the finalizing of the first working group of the project. We have worked already nearly 12 months under this project, and we have finished the first group of activities. We have managed to develop the original branding blueprint and blueprint for strategy. So today we're about to presenting our results. Next one, please. Yeah, but first I will tell you a little bit more about the project itself. The project is the full name of the project, even though we call it a green in a short, is the project Cross-Border Alliance for Climate Smart and Green Agriculture in the Black Sea Basin. We have chosen the acronym AGREEN because it makes some feeling of agriculture and at the same time of the green, the color related to the bio and organic producement and sustainable agriculture as a whole. So the project is funded by the Joint Operational Program for Cross-Border Cooperation called Black Sea Basin 2014-2020. The program is with the financial support of the European Neighborhood Instrument, and the priority that we have chosen to supply the project under is the priority for increasing the cross-border opportunities for trades. By the way, it disappeared here. My screen is empty. This one is empty. Okay, I will continue. Has also other priorities dedicated to tourism and other things, but we have chosen the agriculture because we think that the agriculture is the near of common interest to our countries, the countries bordering the Black Sea. So the project is initially planned to be 30 months during the COVID pandemic. During the last months, as you know, it was quite impossible to work so intensively. So it's quite possible also to extend the project at the end, but as of now, it is supposed to continue until October 2022. And this is or November, this is the initial period for the implementation. Next one, please. By the way, and next one. So here you can see the countries that are included in the cross-border program Black Sea Basin. This is the map, and what is a little bit strange for us, but it's a matter of policy decisions at European level, is that some countries like Armenia and Georgia, for example, are participating in the program with their whole territory. while countries like Bulgaria or Turkey, only a few administrative districts are included in the territory. So in this sense, the program is, how to say, kind of shortened for our countries, but lucky for you, it covers all the territory for these countries. So I have no no slides. No. Next one, please. Can you also try to restore this one? I see it now. Yeah, next one. Not working? Nope. Should I improvise? Okay, so yeah, I can tell you about the background of the project. It was the idea actually initially was not invented, but the idea came to our management more than 3 years ago. And the period of development of the application form itself took more than 1 year because we were trying very hard to find reliable partners, and we managed, thanks to all of you, from most of the countries included in the program. So yes, this is the, the background already. We have chosen the climate smart as a topic because even at that time, it was already modern, it was a trend, and most important, it is a must. It is not a matter of following the trends and being modern and pretending to be green. It's a matter of survival, actually, because the agriculture is one of the main contributors to the pollution and to the environmental changes in not so pleasant directions, but also could be one of the greatest contributors if we manage to transfer and to transit all the knowledge that we develop meanwhile into the practice. It's quite possible that the agriculture is one of the best decisions to actually influence the environment and to help the planet. As I said, it's a matter of surviving. So yeah, okay, the main objective of the project is to build the capacity of the organizations, for us, the partners, at first place, and for the local communities and institutions at second place, to be able to transfer knowledge in this topic in the climate smart agriculture, and also to strengthen the connections and to give opportunities for all the stakeholders, from the small farmers to the universities and to the ministries, to be able to communicate together and to be able to exchange practices and learn from each other. This is our main goal. It is kind of split to 3 specific objectives that we have set at the beginning of the project. And under these objectives, we have developed work packages to achieve each one of them. So our first goal was to design a common brand for the agricultural products that are originating in the Black Sea Basin, products locally grown in our countries and in our regions. Can you please, this one is a little bit forward. Can we go to that one? Yeah, it's you. Okay, thank you. So these products, we want to brand in some way. We want to make them distinguished from the others. We want to make them recognizable at the local markets in the Black Sea Basin countries. And most of all, we would like to promote the climate smart agriculture, not only as green agriculture, not only as let's say healthy food, but there are other benefits of the agriculture that I will, climate smart agriculture, that I will speak about later. The second main specific objective is to strengthen the cooperation between the key actors involved in the agriculture industry as a whole. And saying industry, I mean not only the farms or the corporations, cooperatives, also we have big agricultural cooperatives in our countries, but also to involve the institutions such as ministries and agencies who are responsible for developing the policies, because they have to hear what the farmers have to tell them, and the opposite. The farmers need to inform themselves about the current policies and to be able to influence them somehow in order to grow together with the institutions. And the third key holder, this is the research and academic centers and universities. I mean, the science as a whole, because the scientists have made a lot of research, a lot of surveys. They have great findings that often could not reach the practitioners, the people working on the field. So our goal would be to make this connection, this network between the research and academy and the farmers, so they can directly apply what is already found by the academy. This was the second specific objective. And the third one, to encourage the modernization of the agriculture in the Black Sea Basin by promotion the climate smart adaptation models, like crop models, for example, and by training young professionals. These are two different, we may say, objectives combined in one. The first one is a continuation of the second goal. It means that we will develop and test crop models for raising, let's say, extraordinary for the region plants, for example, and we will transfer this knowledge directly to the farmers. On the second hand, we will develop courses how the young farmers can manage a sustainable farm, and we will try to attract more young people to be involved and to be entrepreneurs in the climate smart agriculture. So basically, this is what we have set as objectives. The next one, please. Okay, yes, I have prepared this slide just to introduce the topic and the definition behind the climate smart agriculture for the participants, for the local participants today, because actually there is no one official definition about the climate smart agriculture. There are different researches, and since the topic is still young, not so much developed, we have decided to follow the definition that was given by the FAO in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. As I said, it's quite a new subject. So under climate smart agriculture, what we at the Green Consortium do understand is an approach that helps to guide the actions towards the transformation of agricultural system. Usually this is happening through development of strategies, but our goal is these strategies to be innovative and to support innovative initiatives, and also to ensure food security in the conditions of constantly changing climate. It's quite, how to say, complicated definition, but basically there are three main pillars that are comprising the climate smart agriculture, and that the climate smart agriculture contributes to. At first place, its aim is to increase the agricultural productivity and incomes. It means that it cares for the local people, for the local communities. So that's why our main goal is to bring benefit to the local farmers. The second one is to mitigate the emissions, of course, so to be beneficial for the environment. And the third one is to enhance the adaptation and resilience to climate changes. So it's not only, as I said, to contribute to the environment. It's not only to be green. It's not only to eat healthy food, but it's also to support the local farmers, to understand the people on the field, and to give them tools and instruments to fight the climate change and to enhance their productivity. Yes. This is the project consortium. As you may see, we are quite a colorful mixture of organizations coming from 6 countries. After this presentation, each project partner will be invited to present themselves and their organization. So here I will just mark the countries and the names of the partners. First, we are from Bulgaria, the leading partner, Dobruja Agrarian and Business School Association. Then we have also partners from Georgia attending here today with us. We have partners from Turkey, Greece, and Romania. They will be online attending the conference. Our Romania partners we also have here, by the way. Yeah, they are presenting, and our hosts from iCare Foundation from Armenia. 6 organizations, among which 2 universities, 1 sectoral agency in Greece, a business support organization like the Georgian and Armenian partner, and NGO like us. Next one, please. I will not take more time because, as I said, each partner will present themselves. But this is the list of the partners. We are Dobruja Agrarian Business School Association from Bulgaria. From Romania is the first university, Ovidius University of Constanța. Constanța is on the Black Sea border. Then from Turkey, we have Tekirdağ Namık Kemal University. From Georgia, we have here today Biological Farming Association Elkana. ICARE, you know them, I think, very well already, our hosts from Armenia, and the Development Agency of Eastern Thessaloniki local authorities from Greece. These are our main target groups. By the way, this was one of the most, how to say, complicated part when we were developing the project's application form. How to make it like this so it contributes to the wider possible audience and target groups. So we have selected 6 different target groups and we thought what activities to include so each of them can benefit from this project. We have selected at the first place the local public authorities, but not only the local, also the national, because this project will develop suggestions, will develop strategies that if been adopted by the local or national authorities could be applied in the different countries. And in such a way, we can support the policy reforms in these countries. So we would like very much to work close with the local and national institutions. And if they hear us, it will be quite beneficial for the project and also for the countries. The second one is the interested groups, including NGOs. This group is a kind of obligatory group to be included in all the projects covered by the Black Sea Basin program. And under interested groups, the program understands organizations, formal and non-formal, working on the specific topic, the topic to which the project is dedicated. So in our case, such type of interested groups could be NGOs, could be also groups of farmers like local communities, any type of informal unit of stakeholders could be called an interested groups. And what is more interesting, we have found that this type of official events, official announcement, yes, they do engage, for example, the authorities, they engage the media, etc. But the knowledge and the actual practice is transferred best when it's shared in an informal environment. It's like when you have guests, for example, or friends or family members visiting another place, you can learn a lot, and when you come home, you share it with your community. So this way of non-official transferring of knowledge and practice is the main approach to which we also would like to use very much to be able to engage the people to share and informally among themselves. The third target group is the higher educational academia and research. Of course, as I said, they are very important because we need them to make the research work. And on the other hand, we would like to give them opportunities to test their results, their findings on our experimental fields, and also to suggest solutions to the farmers, and the farmers to give them feedback. Because one way approach is not enough. I mean, it's not enough to have a model to give it to the farmers and not to receive feedback. For the academia, it's very important to receive the feedback from the farmers. Is it working? Is it not? How can we improve it? So that's why they are a very important part of this project, and that's why we have 2 universities involved. Then we have the business support organizations like Elkana, like ICARE, organizations working with the farmers, because for us as a project consortium, it will be very hard to reach each separate farmer, each family business. That's why we are involving such type of organizations, you could say also local communities, so they can transfer all the project results and all the findings to the farmers, to the people on the fields, literally said. Then we have, of course, the general public, everybody who is interested in climate smart agriculture, because even people who are not one of these representatives, they could be interested how to find healthy food, how to, let's say, plant some plants in my own garden so I can supply my own family with pure food and to contribute to the environmental protection at the same time. So these we call general audience, but it's basically anyone who is taking care of the nature, anyone who wants to eat healthy food. And the small and medium enterprises, this is also a category which is, how to say, shaped by the program. Under this category, we actually do understand small family farms or small food production businesses, local businesses. Basically, we have everybody included, and this was our goal. I hope we managed to achieve it. And next one, please. The expected results from the project are grouped here. These are the indicators that we are following and we are targeting to elaborate a common brand for the climate smart agriculture produce originating in the Black Sea Basin, not just any European or only Georgian or only Armenian, but originating in the Black Sea. Next is to provide better opportunities for cross-border cooperation and for trade in sustainable agricultural products, again in the Black Sea Basin. Our third expected result is to build a cross-border network of like-minded people, professionals, and also researchers, like experts, so they can exchange. Our fourth expected result is to enhance the capacity of the young farmers. Why are we so focused on the young people? Because we did realize that the young people are those who will understand easier these new concepts. This is on one way. The second thing is that the young people have they have followed these trends for healthy feeding, for example, for protection of the environment. So it's very important somehow to cultivate this culture in our young people. So in a few years, when they become entrepreneurs, when they become farmers, or maybe working in agricultural ministry or other agency, they will already have this knowledge as a background. They will already have this feeling that they need, they feel the need actually to turn to the climate smart agriculture. That's why we're focusing young people in particular. And finally, the applied innovative climate adaptation models, because we're about to develop some, to share them as good examples, to provide them for free to the local farmers in our countries, and thus to give them opportunity to, how to say, to spare some money to test themselves, literally. Next one, please. These expected results are for the whole project. And to achieve them, we have developed the project in 6 so-called work packages or group of activities. In our case, the management and communication, the first and the last group of activities, it's an obligation which the program has set for us, but the other 4 packages are developed, each one to contribute to particular specific objective. So now I will go by the, yes, next one, please. Go by the group of activities just to mark what is already done and what you should expect from us further. The first group of activities, so-called T1, is to build a cross-border network for the development of regional brand and climate smart agriculture production in the Black Sea Basin. This work package is actually finalized. This event is the last step to complete this working package. What we have done meanwhile is in each of the 6 partner countries, we have held sessions with focus groups, local farmers, institutions, also associations and other types of NGOs working on the topic. We have presented to them the concept of the climate smart agriculture, and we have asked them to contribute and to comment on how do they see the Black Sea Basin regional brand for climate smart agriculture production. After that, not after that, but simultaneously, we have conducted feasibility studies in all the countries involved in the project. After these feasibility studies, we have come up with some findings. What are the problems? What are the possibilities for developing climate smart agriculture for each of our countries, each of our regions? So we had the background to be able to say, yes, it's important, and yes, we need to do that in order to achieve our goals. These feasibility study country reports are about to be finalized maybe in a week or two, and will be uploaded on the project website in English, all of them, and also in the national languages. Each partner develops the report in national language. For example, Armenian farmers can read the feasibility study report in Armenian and in English, Bulgarians in Bulgarian, and so on. So if you are interested how the climate smart agriculture concept is already settled in your country, what is the state of art in your country, you can read it in your own language. After having these studies and after a series of discussions, we have involved a team of experts who were developing the regional brands and the blueprint for the branding strategy. Why we say a blueprint and not directly a branding strategy? Because a branding strategy is something supposed to be developed at national level, also international, of course, but it needs to be adopted by the local or national institutions. It needs to be recognized by the local producers and also consumers. So we are not in position, how to say, to force people to accept a strategy. We give a proposition. That's why our document that will also be published in the next days is called Blueprint. It's like a plan, a suggestion for regional brand and branding strategy. And each country can decide how to adjust it best, so it could be most beneficial for their country in particular, but at the same time, it also reflects the common features that we all partner countries have in our Black Sea Basin region. So these two are already done. They are finalized. They're about to be uploaded on the project website and available for free. The thing that we are currently working on and quite advanced also in this stage is we're developing an interactive map of logistics centers. These logistics centers are organizations or places, literally facilities that are acting as logistics centers. They could be big, they could be also small, but we are searching for local, country, national, regional logistics centers or places where you can trade climate smart agricultural production. What does it mean in simple words? It means that if I want to buy, let's say, bio tomatoes in Bulgaria, I can open the map, I can see the spots on it, I can read which is the closest center for me, and I can go there and buy. This is from the point of view of the consumer. And from the point of view of the producer, I can find the spot to which I can sell more easy, let's say, my own production, which is produced in climate smart way. So this way we hope that also the international transnational trade will be kind of forced by this, because it will be translated in all the partner languages. So even me as Bulgarian producer, let's say, I can see where I can sell my production in Greece, in Romania, etc. And yeah, the International Business Conference, which is actually today's event, is the final event for this group of activities and for this package. We go to the second one. The second package we call Climate Smart Agricultural Practices in the Black Sea Basin. But actually this, as I mentioned, is very much focused on research activities. Our next step in the following months will be to engage agricultural experts actual academia and research experts who are supposed to develop crop models or models how to raise particular crops, particular plants. These plants, we are hoping, will not be so traditional. They will be not traditional plants for our regions. For example, we will try to transfer different types, different sorts of plants across our countries. Let's say Bulgarian sort of tomatoes will be tested how it will behave on the field in Georgia or in Turkey, and the opposite, you know. So the idea is to have these models of non-traditional plants and to test them, actually to plant them on the field to see how they will behave in the different countries. And this way we will have ready results, what is working and what is not. And if something is working, let's say if, I don't know, give me some strange plant, maybe tropical, yeah, something strange for here, pineapple. We can even try to plant pineapple, let's say in Bulgaria or in Armenia, and to see what conditions do we need, what soil do we need, will it survive, will it not? We can even try to develop new models, new sorts that are more climate smart resistance and to test them. This is the idea. We will have 3 plots, actually experimental plots. They're planned for Bulgaria, Turkey, and Georgia, but I know also from ICARE that you would like to test some of the models in Armenia if you have this possibility. So we will provide you the models. If you have a plot, you can test them. Why it's important? Because these results will be provided directly to the farmers, so they will not spend the time to make the research. They will not spend the money to buy the seeds and to, I don't know, to risk it. And they will be able directly to diverse their production, to try something new and to be sure that they will have the proper income out of it. This package, as all of them, by the way, will also finish with International Business Conference, which will be held in 2022 in Bulgaria. We will share publicly the results from the working package then. How much time do I have left? So half an hour, great. I'll manage. We go to the third working package, the internet connectivity and information exchange. All of us, we actually know, we were even discussing with the partners earlier that if there is no internet, let's say for a day or two, even for an hour or two, in our normal life, we are so used to it. So we feel lost, we feel not connected to the others, we feel alone. Our idea is to use these advantages of the technologies, to use the possibility to connect people through the internet, to make it able to transfer the knowledge and the practices. You already do it. I mean, we all do it in our ordinary life. For example, I can search for a recipe for traditional Armenian dish on internet. I will find it. I can cook it in Bulgaria, right? So the idea is pretty much the same, to build a platform, internet-based platform, which is connecting the producers, which is connecting also the researchers and the institutions. So if I have a question to ask, if I'm a farmer from Bulgaria, I would like to try something new, or to ask someone if you have tried this type of crop on your land, I can ask and someone will answer me. So it's a matter of sharing. This is the first main goal of building the platform, to use it as a forum. The second, yeah, mine is changed. Okay. The second main goal of having such type of platform is to host the training that we are about to develop under the last working package. So it will be available. It will be free for everyone who is interested, and it will be also adjusted for blended type of learning. I mean, not only in presence, but you can self-learn, you can take the lessons in distance mode, etc. And this package will also be finalized with the conference. It will be at the end of the project, October, I think, 2022, and it will be held in Greece. And the last working package, please. The last one. It's dedicated to the learning, because one of the most important thing about going further, about growing up, is to be able to learn all the time, as they say, long life learning. So our idea is to develop a course for integrated blended mobility, as I said, and to host it on the project internet platform. So it's available for everybody for free. And then, in order to be sure that it will work, we have plans to have a piloting session, like small training course with international participants. Practically, this would mean that persons from each of the partner country will come to Bulgaria for a couple of days training session, so they can learn together, they can exchange together, they can visit the field and see how the crops are growing together. And this is the idea behind the course itself. We will test it and then we will provide it. After that, what we will expect from these 3 persons from each country, from their side, or as a payment from their side, let's say, it will be these people to go back to their countries and to organize seminars with the local communities, so they can transfer the knowledge, as I mentioned, in more an informal, like friendly or colleagues environment. That's why we will have, in addition to this course in Bulgaria, for international group, when they come back, in each country, we will have also courses, short courses for the local farmers. And everybody who is interested in entrepreneurship in climate smart agriculture for the Black Sea Basin could be participant in these local courses, even if they cannot travel to Bulgaria for the international session. So this was the last working package. I would like to say a few words about the green community of practice. Maybe some of you have seen this kind of strange phrasing, community of practice. It sounds like local community or something, people getting together. But actually, community of practice was discovered around 10 years ago, let's say, as one of the most efficient way of learning. So without any, how to say, official lectures or seminars, community of practice is a group of like-minded people with different fields of expertise who have interested in a particular area. In our case, the idea is to build a green community of practice, or people who are interested, expertise, making research, or actually practicing climate smart agriculture in our countries. And in more, how to say, wide scope, we would like this community to grow transnational, not only local communities in each country, but communities that talk among each other. The platform, the internet platform will also support for this. We have started to build the community by shaping small communities led by each of the project partners. For example, Elkana is leading the community in Georgia. Ovidius University is leading the community in Romania. iCare will be your contact point for the community of practice in Armenia. The idea is to have a person or to have an organization that you know, that when you call them, they can transfer your question, or they can answer even to your question if it's related to any local particularities, the question that you have for the climate smart agriculture in your region or in the other regions. And if you need some advice from another country, your contact point can call in Georgia or in Bulgaria to speak with our researchers and thus find a solution to your problem or your question. The other thing, it sounds like a network, right? But it's more than a network, because the idea is to learn from each other and to transfer knowledge. In a wider aspect of the community around it, let's say, we would like also to build an alliance of organizations and people, like normal persons who are interested in climate smart agriculture and who can contribute to our activities or who can benefit from the results from the project. So the alliance will be the wider understanding of the community. And yes, as I said, each community of practice has a national contact points represented by the particular project partner. On the project website, you can see the contacts of all the partners. So this is your contact point for your country. Okay, then next, please. I'm done, and it's kind of strange. I usually talk a lot and time is never enough, but this time it was short. So I am open for questions if anyone wants to ask something about the project in particular. Maybe I should mention that about the local participants, how they can benefit practically from the project. This is maybe good to be heard that in each of these next conferences, international conferences, the project partners may invite external experts or external participants to join them and to come to Greece and to Bulgaria for both the conferences. As I said, one of the conferences is dedicated to the crop modeling, to presenting of the new crop models. So if there are people interested, organizations interested in new crop models and testing, you can invite them to come with you to, let's say, to Bulgaria and also to Greece for the conference dedicated to the internet platform and the internet connectivity. You can invite 2 participants who would benefit from attending the conference. This is the practical benefit for the people, in addition to exchange of knowledge. So these are our contacts as leading partner, but as I said, on the project website, you can also find your local point. The project website, I'm afraid it's not visible here, but it's written over there. You can see our Facebook page. We're quite active on Facebook. Also, we post news about coming events, and what is already done is reported regularly. And the project website is written there. I don't know if you can make it. Yeah. And no, it's not visible. Yes. So the project website is green-project.eu. It's available in all the project languages, including English, and then we have Turkish, Romanian, Bulgarian, Greek, Armenian, and Georgian language. Okay, thank you very much. Am I now supposed to go to the next? Give us one minute to technically switch the presentations. You will show the website. That's great. Okay. As you may see, it's decided in green and yellow, which the topic is naturally suggesting. So there is more information about the project here. Also behind all these tabs, you can read the activities that I have already presented. These are the pillars of the climate smart agriculture, because we would like to promote this concept. As I said, it's not so known among the ordinary people. So these are our specific objectives here. And then we have news and events that will let you know when will be the next event or what is happening with the project. And if you go up there, we can show also the menus. I mean, just to mark the menus on the project website. This is just the basic website. I mean, like a landing page for the project. The internet platform itself, it's under development. It will be wider, let's say, software hosted on the project website, and the links will be built from the website to the platform, because it will have section for learning, for hosting the training and learning, another section for presenting interactive map of the logistics centers, another section dedicated in particular to the crop modeling. So it will be widened For now, we have just this landing page containing the main information about the project. And maybe also we can show the Facebook group. A lot of communication, as you may see. It's on a regular basis, daily basis. So this is the project web page. The information on the not web, but sorry, Facebook page. We do publish posts in all the partner languages plus English here. So you can find any interesting news on your native language, and also if you read English, you can find it in English. In addition to the project's Facebook page, we have a public group, which is called a Green Community of Practice. And if you would like to join the community and the alliance and to follow the latest news and also to be able to chat, to communicate with the expert researchers and producers from the other countries, you can join here in our community. It's open, I mean, it's public and it's visible, so you're absolutely welcome and invited to join it. Yeah, you can see here, this is the Bulgarian focus group discussion that was held, etc. Okay. Is it a question? Yes. Can you translate it for me?
Can't hear. Microphone. Thank you, Violeta. It was really interesting in terms of the contents as well. And for me, what is interesting was trying to understand, actually, was this also going to be the logistics centers? Are they also going to be electronical platforms? Did I understand it right for the production? Or
No, actually, we are searching for existing logistics centers. We are researching them in terms of what are the terms that they are offering. Sorry, I hear myself. I should remove this one. The idea is to identify existing centers, existing logistics centers. For example, farmer markets dealing with bio and organic production, or other wholesale centers. We identify logistics centers in each of the project country, at least 10 centers working, trading, actually selling climate smart agricultural production. We identify, we contact them, then we describe them. What are the terms and the conditions for the producers to go there and sell production? What are, for example, the terms of access for the normal people or for the companies to buy from them? We collect all this information in a database. We present it as an interactive map, you know, with pins, like in Google Map, you know, the pins. And when you open the map, you see nearly 60 or maybe more logistics centers in all these 6 partner countries. And if I'm a Bulgarian producer, for example, of climate smart food or other products, I can see logistics centers near me in Bulgaria or in Greece or in Romania. And when I open the information, the database, I can see what requirements do they have if I want to sell, to give my production there to be sold, you know. I can contact them directly. I can even, how to say, to contact them to suggest that I want to sell in your logistics center, for example. And the opposite, if I'm customer, I want to buy such type of production, I open the map and I see where is the nearest point to my location, so I can go there and buy. And on the other hand, if I'm I will give you a practical example, an issue that we have in Bulgaria, by the way. Let's say I'm a producer of cucumbers or tomatoes, but I'm a small producer. It's hard for me to go and to sell my goods in a big store. They would never buy from me because I cannot sustain the needed volume for a big store, for example. So the idea is if all the local farmers of this type of production can see which is the nearest point, if they collect together, they can contact the points and they can sell together as type of an informal cooperative. No, I'm not sure if you understand it, but we had such issue. That's why we developed the idea of having interactive map to be able to be connected together, the producers to see where they can go and sell, and the consumers to see where they can go and buy. It will not be actual trade, if this is what you're asking. It's not, there is no money exchange, like physical actual money exchange, just contacts exchange and information exchange. We're not allowed actually under such type of projects to develop trade channels, how to say. This is just opportunity for the trade channels to be developed by the logistics centers and by the producers, not by us. Did I mention to answer? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't hear.
Are there any questions? If you don't have any questions, then could move on. Yes, you have a question? Please. Sorry, I can't hear the question. I think there is a technical issue if you're speaking. The microphone is not working. Sorry, so we can't hear.
Thank you very much for the introduction and the presentation, especially the last part. My question would go into that direction. Which kind of measures do you undertake to ensure that many or most of the farmers and producers, processors are involved or included in this map? Because the idea as such is wonderful. I'm just a bit afraid that everyone who does not access or who does not have access, who is not covered, will be out of any kind of further improvements in process.
Thank you very much for the question. It's a nice one, by the way. As I said, according to the project, our target was to identify at least 10 such logistics centers in each country. So there were experts engaged in researching, assessing, evaluating which centers to be included. But there is no limit. We have minimum 10 as a limit, but there is no maximum. Most of the partners even managed to identify more, like 15, even more than 15 centers. So every center which is interested, even if they learn now about this project, they can contact us. We will assess them in terms of particular criteria, if they cover the criteria to be included as a logistics centers. And if they do, we, the project partners, at our expenses outside the project, we will develop further the map so we can add more centers, more points, so to say, on the map. And anyone who is interested, who wants to be presented, you may say also advertised through that platform, isn't it? Could contact us and we will add them if they, as I said, cover the requirements, the minimum requirements that the consortium has settled. Did I manage to answer? Okay.
Այլ հարցեր?
Are there any other questions? Are there any other questions? It looks like we don't have any other questions. And in that respect, I will ask Violeta to present our partners of the project. But of course, this has already been presented, but just to invite them to the floor, so that give them the floor, so that we could see these people.
It will not be all day, only me, don't worry. This is the last part of my presentation. As I said, I have just marked the partners, the consortium in the beginning, because now each of them will have the opportunity to further present themselves. So I have the pleasure to, and how to say, um, the pleasure, absolutely, the pleasure to work with such nice people representing all these 5 other organizations except of us. We are a consortium from 6 countries. I have mentioned this already. And maybe I should present our organization first, because we are the leading partner. So if you don't mind, we will start with us, and then I will give the floor to each of the partners. For us, it will be me presenting. For Biological Farming Association Elcana, we have our guests here. I suppose Mikhail or Mariam, it will be after me presenting. Then we have for Ovidius University of Constanța, also we have representatives here. Tekirdağ Namık Kemal University will be presented online by Duygu Dogan, and then Anatoliki, which is the sectoral development agency of local authorities of Thessaloniki, will be presented by Vaso Papadopoulou, who is actually in Greece, but will be joining us online. And finally, iCare will be as a host. They were kind enough to be the last presenting organization. So I will start now with ours. Can we have the next slide, please? We are Dobruja Agrarian and Business School Association. Actually, our name is quite misleading sometimes, because you can say that we are school or university or other type of training institution. And this was the idea back then in 2004 when we were established. This NGO, it's actually an NGO association, was established with one mission: to accreditate agribusiness university in our region, because Dobruja, when we come from, it's over there on the map. We call it the granary of the Balkans. You know, our region is very much agricultural oriented region. Most of the lands are actually cultivated. A lot of people are working in this industry, and we think that it's very important to have university exactly in our city center. Back then in 2024, we have developed the project for accrediting Dobruja Agrarian and Business School as university. It was positively accredited by the Ministry of Education, but according to our legislation, there is one, how to say, kind of strange procedure that after you're approved from the Ministry of Education, then the government needs to issue an order to make it official. And now, nearly 20 years after that date, we're still waiting for the order. I mean, if we are accredited, but we don't have the order, it's kind of, you know, political issue, doesn't matter. But we haven't dropped off the idea. One day we will have this university in our city. And meanwhile, we decided that we have the needed expertise. We have people willing to contribute to the development of the agriculture. And so we are focusing on developing and implementing different type of projects in support of the agriculture in our country and in our region. So yeah, this is where we come from. Can I have the next, please? I can't. Is it me only that you're trying to sabotage, or what? Okay. So we are involved in different activities until we are waiting to become a university. We are making some research, like scientific research in the agriculture and the agribusiness, also ecology and tourism. It's a very close topic to our region. Then we are very much focused on developing different activities towards promoting the sustainability with all the 3 pillars of the sustainability, not only the environmental, but also the social and the organization, local community impact. Then we are trying also to support the local food producing industry, because we have realized that back in the times, like 20 years ago, in our region, we had a lot of state factories, factories that were processing the food coming from the fields. After the democracy came, all these factories, they were closed. So now we have production, we have actually food, but there are no factories to process this production. I mean, big factories. And that's why we're focusing on the local small, medium enterprises to support them to build facilities to be able to process directly our local foods, not to export the food, but to process and to sell it directly to the local market. So this is one of our missions. Also, then we are organizing, of course, training for the local farmers, for the other representatives, entrepreneurs, people who would love to buy some land and to start growing something. And yeah, lastly, the projects that we are implemented, we have been selected twice by the European Commission General Directorate Agri, the one who is responsible for the common agricultural policy of the European Union. We were selected twice. I think 2010 and 2018, we had projects in which we were providing the informational campaign about the common agricultural policy in Bulgaria. So we built quite a wide network of organizations, farmers, and other interested institutions, resulted in this project today. Yes, next one, please. Yeah, our objective, as I said, is to implement different type of activities according to our background and expertise to develop the agrarian science in our country, also the agribusiness and the related ecology and tourism businesses. Mostly we are stimulating the education, the research, the transfer of innovation, and our mission is to become leading center, training and scientific center in our region. And by the way, this is a real picture of Dobroja, of our region. It looks like Photoshop, but it's not, it's actually that. Next one, please. And our achievements are more than 10. This information is old. There are more than 15 successful projects funded by European Union and other projects, other programs like this one, like the Black Sea Basin, for example, by the World Bank, by even private institutions are funding some projects with us. We have a team of over 30 experts in the field of agrarian science, but also actual, people working on the field, agro-entrepreneurs, tourism experts. We have trained more than 100 representatives of the Bulgarian state administration and the local municipality experts in different types of training, seminars, innovations, transfer of practice, etc. We have supported different initiatives. We have developed analysis, strategies, etc. The other thing is kind of boring. There are a lot of numbers to see how advanced we are, but practically this project, by the way, Green, is the one that we are really proud of, because this is one of the very few projects in which we managed to to cover such a wide area of interested people, not only administration, not only that and that, but everybody. And we really hope it will work. Okay, so we can, I think, again, our contacts, but this is already our website, the organizational website of DAPS. And the next to speak, I will give the floor to Anna. I would give the floor, or you will give the floor to, I would give the floor. Next one, to our friends. We are already friends, all of us, the project partners, as it should be. To our colleagues from Biological Farming Association, Elkana. You will come here, Mariam. Okay. Mariam is here with us today to speak for Elkana.
Thank you, Violeta. Thank you. We're proud to be part of this project. Paremzis to all participants. I'm happy to be in Yerevan. This is our neighboring country, and I always love coming here. It has been already 2 years since the COVID situation. This is also my first international travel to this type of meeting and after this COVID situation. And this also makes me happy that I came first here to Yerevan. It's about us. Organizational Elkana. This is one of the oldest non-governmental organizations in Georgia. It was founded in 1994. First as an organic farming organization promoting organic farming, but later on, as there were very few organizations working in the field of agricultural direction, we undertook different activities as well, like rural development, agricultural biodiversity, conservation, rural tourism, and everything that is related to boosting rural economy. At present, we have about more than 568 was the last record of individual members, but among those members are not only individual personals, but also different organizations and associations. So in total, we cover about 2,000 farmers all over the Georgian. Next slide, please. Our core, this is a map where you can see involvement of our distribution of our farmers and our activities in different regions. We have a farmer mandated. We operate actually in all regions of Georgia. And beside the main office, which is situated in Tbilisi, we have also 2 demonstration plots, one in South Georgia, in near Akhaltsikhe, another in Kakheti, which is near Tel Aviv. And both those plots are related exactly to climate smart activities that the project implements. As often we say that everything new is forgotten old. So we work there with local breeds and local crops that are well adapted to local conditions and have better chances in having first of all, giving stable harvest and all stable breeds in this changing environment, or also provide good, healthy, interesting, also with the regard of tourists coming, food and environment for business development in rural areas. As I mentioned, our core mandates are providing extension support to farmers, also somehow helping them in maybe next slide, helping in business planning and business activity. And this is and main scope is sustainable organic farming extension and value chain development, conservation and sustainable utilization of agricultural diversity, rural tourism, and the valorization of traditional production. Actually, this is in short, what can I say? We are happy to be contributors to joint work, and later my colleague Michael will present those activities that we are implemented within the frame of this project by our organization. And for if you have any question to me, I will be glad to answer, or we can you can join our team during lunch break for social networking. Thank you. Yes, contacts are also on the website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariam. Now it's Vasiliki Papadopoulou who is supposed to join us online, I think, to present Anatoliki. Vaso, do you hear us? Yes.
Yes. Hi, Violeta. Hi,
Vaso,
everyone.
hi.
I'm really glad to see you all there, having such a nice time and sharing your experience. And I wish we could also be there, but
Yeah,
hopefully next meeting we will join the next conference in Bulgaria, and hopefully we will also be ready to host one of the next conferences here in Thessaloniki. And we will be really glad to have you all here. So Anatoliki was established in 1995 as a Center for Human Resources Development and Strengthening of the Local Authority in the area of Eastern Thessaloniki. And ever since, it has been operating as a development agency for supporting local authorities in Eastern Thessaloniki. However, lately in June 2021, it was transformed into an organization for local development. So somehow changed the status, its legal status. And next slide, please, if you can. So now it has somehow expanded the range of its activities and possibilities for supporting the bodies of local government, mainly technical projects. And so the key policy in its operation is to combine parallel interventions in all sectors of society and to combine elements for integrated development. And in this direction, it is very important, the role that Anatoliki plays for the local area with its participation and activities in projects that are co-financed by EU programs such as AGREE. So Anatoliki is participating in this project as a partner, but together with Anatoliki, we have a collaborative organization, which is the Agricultural Cooperative of Vasilika. Vasilika is an area that belongs to the municipality of Thermi. Municipality of Thermi is a municipality situated in this eastern part of Thessaloniki, and it has a unique characteristic, which is that it combines rural and urban environment. So it is very close to the city center of Thessaloniki, but at the same time, it comprises a great rural area with a great agricultural activity. So we thought that this project would be a great opportunity for this area because it would involve producers of the area, but at the same time it would have an impact to the consumers of the urban area. So we are working on this project together with the Agricultural Cooperative of Vasilika. And we are conducting together with them the range of activities that we have undertaken in this project. And as regards the axis in which Anatoliki operates apart from agricultural development. We are very active, particularly active in environment and infrastructure, circular economy, energy, sustainable mobility, environmental education, support of school communities, mainly in the area of environment, circular economy, sustainable development, recycling. And we are also active in the area of entrepreneurship, employment, social economy, sustainable tourism. And of course, in the area of promoting innovation and new technologies, and also this kind of collaborations and networkings between rural and urban environment. So we give special attention in sustainable management of natural resources, strengthening forces of deployment, especially human resources, ensuring quality of life through the promotion of infrastructure. And we want to change consuming patterns and enhance information and cultural development, the exchange of know-how and introduction of innovation in the production process, to promote cooperation between public, private, and social sectors, promote the goals of sustainable development, and finally, most important, to support local authorities for their further development in all the areas and axes that I mentioned before, under which Anatoliki is operating. So we are really glad that we are part of this consortium, and we keep going, we keep working, and we keep targeting it even better results. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vaso. You can stay with us.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one final slide. Sorry, this is some indicative programs in which we are involved. And we have a great range of a number of Indirect Europe projects. This is our first Black Sea project. And apart from that, we are involved in indirect Adrian cooperation programs and also life projects. Well, this is just an indicative number. And there is a full list of our actions and the programs in which we are involved in our website. So
thank you very much.
That's all for me for the moment.
For the contacts, I would also mention that all the partner contacts are shared on the project website in the partners section. So if you are interested in the activities or would like to build cooperation or to discuss new ideas, new project and initiatives with our partners, you can find their contacts on the project website. In addition to that, each partner has appointed a community of practice coordinator. In this case, Vaso is the community of practice coordinator for Greece. Mariam is for Georgia. Anna is your local community of practice coordinator. So these are the people who will address your questions. Next in a row, we are about to join Duygu Dogan. Duygu, I hope you're online and hearing us, who will present the partner number 3. You know, in the projects, the partners always have numbers instead of names to be easier for us to remember them. Joking, of course. So for Tekirdağ Namık Kemal University in Turkey, we have already Duygu on the screen. So Duygu, this is your first slide, and please be welcome to make your presentation.
Thank you very much, Violeta. We send our greetings to all local and international participants in Yerevan, Armenia, and also to our colleagues who are attending online, like us. I'm representing Tekirdağ Namık Kemal University, one of the partners of this project, Agreeing project.
Duygu, sorry for interruption. Can you please speak a little bit louder, because we don't hear you very well here in the room. Can you please try louder? Thank you.
let me tell a few words about the region where we are located in, and a few words about our university and our research areas. So, Tekirdağ Namık Kemal University is a public higher education institution, a public university, located in the central district called Süleymanpaşa, within the province of Tekirdağ. As you see in the map on the right, the province of Tekirdağ is located on the northwestern part of the country, and it is very close to Istanbul, on the coastal part of the Marmara Sea, and also very close to Greek and Bulgarian borders to the west. So the region is very well known for its development. It's in fact developed region in commerce, in industry, and also in agriculture. The next slide, please. Yes. So our university was founded in 2006, so it's a relatively young university, although the roots go back to the establishment of our oldest faculty, Faculty of Agriculture, in 1982. And also the experts, our experts are all from this faculty. So we have a very large contribution of this faculty, its research and expertise in this project. And according to UniR assessment program, assessment scaling among student-friendly cities in Turkey, Tekirdağ, the province where we are located in, is ranked the 8th student-friendly city. So we are also proud of our infrastructure, research, and teaching quality in higher education. As you see on the right, we have 10 different faculties offering bachelor's and also master's and PhD programs, with 3 graduate schools for postgraduate studies, and we have 3 schools. They are very similar to faculties, but in a different form, of course, and they also offer undergraduate and graduate studies. We have 1 music conservatory with 11 different vocational schools offering associate degrees, not bachelor's, but associate degrees, and they are all located in different districts of Tekirdağ. And research is also a very important component function for our university. So we have 11 different research centers working on multidisciplinary studies as well, with the technology department office as well. Next slide, please. And you can see the details of the faculties and also research areas, just to give you some brief information on which fields we are teaching students and also researching on. And you see the Faculty of Agriculture is the oldest one, as I have mentioned before, and Faculty of Engineering, Çorlu, Faculty of Medicine, Economics and Administrative Sciences, and Fine Arts and Architecture and Arts and Sciences faculties are also the largest ones, and we have some younger ones with which you see here as Faculty of Theology, Law and Dentistry. They are the youngest faculties here. Also, we have schools of foreign languages and schools of sports education and School of Health Sciences, which are offering again postgraduate and undergraduate studies. And you can see here on the right, we have more than 40 master's programs offered by different institutes and 25 PhD doctoral programs here. And I would like to say a few words about our research achievements. Next slide, please. A few words about the statistics about non-key minors and our research achievements. On the left, you can see some figures. We have a large number of central and departmental laboratories for research in various fields, in natural sciences, health sciences, and also social sciences as well. And we have more than, I think, 1,131 academic staff. It is written here, but now it is the number is increasing with 980 administrative staff and about 35,000 students, in which we have a distribution of postgraduate students, about 3,500. These are the latest numbers, of course, latest figures. So we are considered as a medium-scale university in terms of Turkey, of course. A few words about the research achievements we had since the foundation of our university in 2006, in the 15 years. We had a lot of small, large, and medium-scale national and international projects, of course, by different expertise fields and also different groups of researchers. And in total, today we have 859 projects which have been granted or co-funded by different program schemes, and also through our own university funding. As you see, 731 institutional research projects have been completed by our researchers. And we have a very good collaboration with TÜBİTAK, that is the Turkish Scientific and Technological Research Agency. They grant more medium-scale projects in different fields. And we have completed and also working on 18 projects, EU-funded projects, as you see here. And in the part, we have Horizon 2020 schemes, cross-border cooperation program, the Black Sea Basin cross-border cooperation program, PRIMA program, and co-fund program, and also Erasmus program, which have already granted different projects in various fields like agriculture, climate smart agriculture, in veterinary sciences, in social education, and also sports education, and some other fields as well. So we are also proud of Agreen, because it has created us to share the expertise and long years of expertise and experience of our academic staff in agriculture. But also we are proud of this program because it is our fourth project in the stream, Black Sea Basin cross-border operation program. And my last slide is about our team. As you see, I represent a university as a being community of practice coordinator, and we have a project coordinator, Professor Dr. Tolga Erdem from the Faculty of Agriculture, and our project accountant, and also our 4 experts, 3 of whom will be presenting today. They are all affiliated to different departments of Faculty of Agriculture. You can see the contact email for further collaboration here, and you can also reach us through Agreen website.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Duygu. And now I would like to invite our Romanian friends to come and Please, maybe in front. I just want to say a few words. I will come with you. Liliana Panaitescu, who is also online with us. Hi, Liliana, is the project coordinator for Constanța Ovidius University, but since it's more complicated and not so, the quality of the connection is not so good to be presented online. So if you don't mind, I will ask Valentina Pomazan, who is actually presenting here, to say a few words about the Ovidius University of Constanța. It's okay, right? Okay, thank you very much.
Hello to everybody, your target people. My name is Valentina Pomazan. I'm a full professor at Ovidius University from Constanța, Romania, an expert within the AGRIN project. I'm extremely happy and grateful to be here to benefit from the great work that our colleagues here in iCare did, and as a representative on behalf of Ovidius University from Constanța. This is a university with 60 years life up to now. It spreads over all the fields of knowledge. We have 16 faculties, like a dynamic number between 15 and 17,000 students. And we have including agriculture, politics, history, engineering, polytechnics, social engineering, and theology, arts, sports, and you name it. So it's obvious that such an interesting approach needed an interdisciplinary team, which we did. So in AGRIN, Ovidius University team are involved engineering faculty and biology and agricultural sciences faculty. Our university is very eager to present you the values. So because everything is based on values and principles, we have unity-based respect for diversity, honor, reconciliation, and competence. On this pillar, we built an, I should say, excellent educational structure. We are a national higher education aligned with the European standards, and our diplomas are recognized in Europe and elsewhere. We are aligned with the credit system of Bologna, so just join us. We are involved in a lot of Erasmus programs in K1, K2, K3. We are eagerly to participate and actively participating in all the FIPs, the frame programs in 6th, 7th, and Horizon, and what's coming already. So we have also the means to publish our educational program and our research. We have a library, we have a printing office and everything, and edition. We have also the means to disseminate. We have a press bureau, which is very active. And yes, you're all invited to come to see and to cooperate. Within a green project, we decided to make it a little bit scientific. So I think we are responsive with the research part. All what we did in the AGRIN project was based on a research approach with results, with thorough statistics. And here we are in front of you presenting our research resources. We have research centers in all the faculties, and two very important at university level. The Institute for Nanotechnologies, a center for entrepreneur and technology transfer. And also we have the means to corroborate with all the universities that are involved in navigation, sea, shipping, offshore, and all the stuff that is implied by the vicinity of the Black Sea. So, and yes, no, it's not beautiful because all the resorts now are enlarged. Now we have like 300 meters beaches width, and that's why all the entrepreneurs are now on the small region in Constanza, and everything it's colmated. So now it's not beautiful. It will be like in 2 years, once again. Yes. So our university is very dynamic. I am a vivid proof of it because I was involved as a director of projects in FIPI, name it 6-7. And I'm very grateful here to recognize the work of our Bulgarian partners. We have several attempts to corroborate. This was a successful one. And here we are, your question regarding what are we doing? Who are we? If you are interested, just reach the site of the university. And I think we can cover almost any kind of your question or need because we have good experts that are validated with research prizes. And that's all. Thank you very much. Have a successful conference.
Thank you very much, Valentina. It's always better when you have the person face to face to listen to. And lastly, I will give the floor to our host, actually to Anna, who is the COP coordinator of Green for Armenia.
Thank you very much. Շնորհակալություն շատ. Yes,
Thank you very much. So first, I had to show and present iCare Foundation, but actually we've already talked at large about the foundation, and I understand that you know the foundation in great detail, so I will be very brief in describing the cooperation mechanisms that would allow us to further work within this program. So let me talk a little bit about the COP community. We have talked about it at large, but right now I'd like to say that among the cooperation countries, they are here. So within many different programs, they are also looking for cooperation partners. So during lunch, please come up so that we can discuss and see within which programs and which projects we'll be able to collaborate together. And also for further collaboration, please keep in touch with us so that we can involve at different stages, and also in terms of research that is being implemented and being conducted, and also, not less importantly, regarding training and exchange of experience. I believe this would be it for now. Thank you. Great. Actually, we had quite a long period of presentations at the beginning of the meetings, but we think that it was still important so that we could get to know each other and recognize each other, because we've not only gathered together to understand the results, but also to get to network, to find new colleagues, new friends. And right now, I would be happy to present our first panel meeting. We're starting with the knowledge-based part, and our first panel discussion. Actually, these are the speakers. Please come up here for the panel discussion. Those who are physically here and those who are listening to us online, please join up. Violeta, Mariam, Basiliki, Fatih, Yushu.
Okay. Irina
and Natella, please. So our first panel discussion topic is climate smart and conservation agriculture in the Black Sea Basin, problems and opportunities. Please, Madam, Michael.
Irina. Panel discussion one, Irina? Yes, you are joining there. This is the panel discussion one. Please join. Okay. So maybe you can introduce. Okay, great. Come here. So we have one more analyst. I can be a pianist. Okay. We're starting. Violeta, yes, we are starting.
I suggest we make it quick, colleagues. Yeah, not to bore the people too much, but just to briefly share the findings from our research, which we have conducted across the countries. I have already mentioned about these national feasibility study reports that will be published soon, but here we would like to highlight the main findings, our common background, what we have stepped on when we decided to move further to the branding strategy development. So, for example, I have extracted some data from our feasibility report made in Bulgaria. Maybe this is the place to say that our study was not covering the whole country. Our study was covering only 2 administrative districts of Bulgaria, because these are the only regions participating in the Black Sea Basin program. So even though we have studied, of course, all the country in national scale, and what we have seen in terms of numbers is that we have nearly 5 million of hectares on the whole territory of the country, which is actually cultivated agricultural land. Some of it, not so much, not so big percentage, is unfortunately abandoned, but most of it is quite intensively exploited. And let's say average for the country, the percentage of the agriculture industry in terms of income, in terms of total gross value, is approximately 4.5%, comparing to our regions, the specific 2 regions where the percentage is higher, it's nearly around 6. And so what is most important is that nearly 6% of the Bulgarian population is actually engaged in and get the salary or get his own food thanks to the agricultural business. Next slide, please. Who is switching the slides? We're not switching the slides. So what is the most maybe distinguishing thing in the structure of the Bulgarian agriculture industry is that we have 2 extremes. In terms of the scale of the producers, we have a lot of small farms, like very small farms, family farms with less than 2 hectares of cultivated land on the one side. Usually these are the farms that are green, bio and organic producers. Actually, they're small, but they're accounting for 82% of the total farms in terms of numbers. But in terms of land that they're actually cultivating, it's less than 40%. On the other side, we have these large commercial farms remaining from the communism, back then in the years. Nowadays they are private, but the cultivation and the intensification of the agriculture, especially in our regions, is very, very sensitive. And we have a lot of big farms with over 100 of hectares cultivated land. And it's strange, but these farms are representing only 2% of the total number of farms, and at the same time they cultivate 60% of the land. So you can imagine we have these enormous like states farms, and we have a lot of small family farms around them. Next one, please. This was important for us to understand how we can engage each of them, how we can approach the small farmers, and on the other side, how we can approach the large farmers. So yeah, here are the two regions. The gray one and the yellow one are the regions covered by the program. The others are left outside the Black Sea Basin program because they are not near to the sea coast. So I will not speak a lot about the structure. There are quite a lot of numbers here, but what is important for us is that the agriculture, especially in these two regions, is crucial in terms of share in the gross value, and also in terms of jobs for the population. A lot of the people in our regions, they basically do not work at all during the winter. They work only on the fields, only during the summer, and probably part of the winter, part of the autumn and the spring. So agriculture is crucial for the surviving of the local communities in our country in particular. That's why we're maybe the partner who is most focused on the social impact of the project, not so much on the environmental. Next one, please. Here are the scary pictures. Actually, our research showed that you can see these pictures, the rising temperatures, thanks to the climate changes, of course, and the shift of the weather pattern in the last few decades, and the forecasts that our researchers in our National Academy of Science made for the forecast. This is the map of Bulgaria, the blue one showing how the precipitation and snow melt will decrease in the next 30 to 50 years. And this is an actual real forecast. I mean, it's quite scientific. It's not something that we just say to make people scared. So actually, we already feel the disappearing of the water in our regions. There is a lack of drinking water, which also means lack of water to water the crops. And this is what is waiting for us. So we have to urgently switch to different types of crops that are more not so requiring water, let's say, in order to be able to secure the food production. Otherwise, we will not be able to, how to say, to feed the people even in the region. The other map is showing the average annual air temperature. The first one is presenting the temperature average between 1960 and 1990. The second one is the current one, and the last one is in 50 years in the future. It shows that the country will become hotter and hotter, so we will definitely need new varieties, new sorts, maybe new plants even that can resist on these high temperatures. That's why for us it's urgent actually to take actions now if you want to survive, and if we want to contribute also to the environmental protection and to the greenhouse gases also minimization if it's possible. So yeah, these are actually really scary pictures if you if you look at them. Next one, please. Who is changing? Yeah. I believe it's pretty much the same in all the partner countries. So based on the research made in the countries, we have identified the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats in front of our climate smart agricultural development. I will highlight just the most important out of them. For Bulgaria in particular, the agricultural land is more than 50% of the territory of the country. That's why we are so eager to introduce this new type of agriculture in order to try to at least transfer a small percentage of this land. It will be already felt. Then we have diverse and fertile soils for now, and long-term traditions in crop productions. Agriculture is something we do for a living back from the centuries, but it's mostly the same also in the other countries. We have a good network also of institutes, universities, other research and academia centers that are conducting nowadays and current research even about the climate changes, about researching new methods to fight it, and to research new methods to crop development also. We have excellent conditions for organic food production and farming in general, because we have a lot of land which is not so intensively cultivated, abandoned, as I said. It could be recultivated and to be used as, how to say, clean land. And on the other hand, also it's a growing demand registered in the country for bio-organic or any type of clear and local food. By the way, the Get Local approach is very popular nowadays in our country, you know, to consume food which is locally produced and things like that. So we have various types and farms, as I said, from the largest to the family small farms with small gardens. We have many European instruments. Thanks to the European Union membership, we have access to different tools for supporting the local farmers, and especially in the field of developing green farms. So these are our strengths identified. Speaking of weaknesses, the decreased precipitation, as I said, also the rising temperature. In general, the climate change is affecting us all, and also our farmers. During the last even 5 to 7 years, a lot of natural disasters happened in our region, like floods, like major fires, even like naturally caused fires, a lot of storms. So the crops at some places were destroyed, like totally destroyed. Others could not survive because of the very cold winter or very hot and dry summer. So in our case, it's considered a weakness because we have a lot of big farms. As I said, they are planting one crop only. They count on this, let's say, wheat or sunflower, in order to survive. And if the year is not good for the sunflower, they absolutely have no income. They are starving, and they after that they close. So yeah, in terms of weaknesses, what else is important? The chemicals and pesticides are often used, especially in these big farms. So this is considered a weakness. Career paths in the agriculture for the young farmers, as I mentioned, become less attractive in the recent years, because of the agriculture itself is not known for a very profitable business, let's say, in our country. The small producers that are actually producing bio and organic could not, how to say, sell very well in Bulgaria, because they cannot provide the needed volumes to the big chains and stores, and this makes them less competitive. In terms of, this one is not changed, but there is no, yeah, opportunities and threats. We have identified a major list of opportunities, and there is a light in the tunnel. I can summarize like this because I have to hurry. In terms of threats, again, the bigger threats in front of our mission and our initiative is the climate change, the actual happening climate change and the bad weather we're experiencing. Then the market trends and the market development, because even we have growing demand for organic products, we have also the big international stores and chains that provide cheap and affordable products, nonetheless the quality of them. Next one, please. The presentations will also be available on the project website, right, after the event. So you can read everything. Thank you very much. The state of the organic farming, we have tried to also to identify, and I will briefly mention that as advantages in Bulgarian agrarian sector, we have favorable national conditions, usually, for cultivation, wide variety of crops, any types of fruits and vegetables. Even the last years, we have tried some exotic fruits like kiwi, you know, something extraordinary, and it happened that it grows. Then we have farming lands, a lot of farming land, more than 50% of the country territory. Then we have large diversity of clean, fertile, and unpolluted soils because they were abandoned. Then we have high health and environmental protection standards because we have to. We are adopting the European rules and we were obliged to follow also the standards. But at the same time, Europe provides support for our farmers through the different funded programs and instruments. And finally, we have a network of public and private research and academia centers and experts supporting us. In terms of national capacity for developing sustainable agricultural practices, the organic production in Bulgaria is developing rapidly. It's kind of trend, it's modern, but there is a demand for it. Young people are starting to get interested, by the way. It's starting to get kind of fancy profession to be young farmer, family farmer. People are coming back from abroad after studying abroad, buy a small village house, buy some land and try to do some organic and sustainable agriculture. And yeah, basically the others I have mentioned already. Another slide. Yes. No, for us, no. Yes, so I can now pass the mic to Nadia. Yeah, to Mike. Yeah.
I'm Mikhail Pakatsoshvili from the Biological Farming Association of Ghana, Georgia. I was told a couple of times that Mikhail is Armenian name, so I'm half Armenian, and it's a pleasure to be here and sharing this room and presentation with you. As Violeta explained, the idea of the feasibility study was to try and understand where things stand in agriculture on the national level, then try to look at what the climate change effects are on agriculture, and then see the trends and potential of its development. So we used a mix of both qualitative and quantitative methods in the research, like everybody else. But as always, we operated on the limited resources. That's why in case of Georgia, for example, we were able to interview only 120 people across the country, which is statistically insignificant, but it gives us at least some ideas of how things work. Now about some general trends in agriculture. In Georgia, the population is 3.7 million, give or take, around that. Out of these, almost half of the people live in rural areas, and we have more than 600,000 agricultural households, which is quite large for such a small country as Georgia. And more importantly, the average size of the plot in case of 90% of farmers, that's slightly above 1 hectare, while approximately 60% of farmers have less than a hectare. So we're talking about small scale subsistence farming, really, which is mostly a safety net for most of the farmers rather than orientation on the market and being market driven. Just to talk briefly about the agricultural land, It occupies approximately 44% of the total area of the country, and only 5% out of this is irrigated, which represents a huge challenge, especially considering the climate change and the threats it poses towards the country. On the other hand, the positive side is that generally there is a trend of decreasing use of fertilizers. People have been understanding lately, at least that's what the statistics show, that overuse of chemicals is bad both for environment and human health. That's why there has been a slight shift in the mindset of farmers, at least on the paper. I mean, we all know some farmers overuse chemicals, but generally there seems to be a trend that things are being changing. But since we're talking about subsistence farming and really small scale, less than a hectare, they supply only some surplus, which is small amount to the market. That's why Georgia largely depends on imported products. Next slide, please. So about the climate change, I think Violeta scared us already enough. Yes, I will just add a couple of things. There are some things that are not visible. For example, the level of Black Sea is rising. That's what they have been telling us. We cannot really see it or feel it, but that's what the scientists tell us. And then there are some results of climate change that all of us feel. That is changing precipitation, including in Georgia, droughts, and a scarcity of water resources, as well as the landslides and land erosion. So you just name them. When we talk about the climate change, we also need to think about the greenhouse gas emission. In terms of global figures, Georgia is really a small contributor, which is 0.04% of total greenhouse gas emission. But on the country level, it still is significant, and of course, it's growing constantly. So we also need to think about that when we think about the climate change and how we need to tackle it. Next slide, please. And then when we consider the general trends in agriculture and the climate change, we approached people asking them, how do they see the development of climate smart agriculture, whether it is important for the country or not. And fortunately, 99% of the respondents think that, yes, we need to work on this and we need to develop climate smart agriculture. The reasons for it, why we need to develop is, first of all, the most important aspect is improve ecological conditions. Approximately 60% think that if it's well developed, the climate will change to the better. Another reason why people think that we need to support this area is people will be able to buy healthy food. As we said, overuse of chemicals and pesticides have been poisoning us for quite a long time, and people now see the value of buying healthy food. Unfortunately, it's not always available, and that is why we need to think in this direction, that the more organic or climate smart approaches we apply, the healthier food we get. And that's what approximately 40% of the respondents have been saying in Georgia. Another reason is it is going to increase farmers' incomes. As we said, there are small farmers. They sell only surplus, which is really small percent of the Georgian market. So if they sell small amount, they need to make more income. And the better food they sell, the higher the price will be. So the idea is that if the climate smart products hit the market, farmers are going to increase their income, which is going to be important for them. And lastly, if we focus on this area, we are going to support agricultural biodiversity quite a lot. As Mariam said, Elkana operates 2 conservation farms in Georgia. Unfortunately, and many projects start with a statement, after the Soviet Union collapsed. So after it collapsed, things went really in a bad way across the former Soviet countries, including Georgia. And unfortunately, after planned economy, we didn't know what to do. We lost a lot of indigenous resources. And if we support climate smart agriculture, there is a chance and hope that we'll be able to preserve some of the the crops and domestic animals that our ancestors have been developing over the generations. That is it, basically, just briefly about where things stand now. Thank you very much. I will be happy to answer the questions later on. Right now, I give the floor to... Oh.
So hello again. Because my colleagues covered the statistics, I recommend you to read the Romanian feasibility report, which is a very, very thorough approach made by our colleague Romeo Măgârdicean, which has an Armenian ascendance, yes. And my colleague here, Irina Moise, they are the specialists. I'm only the pianist here. Yes, and I will intend now to provoke you with the conclusions. So all the statistics, all the numbers regarding the area, the surfaces, the cultures, yes, in southeastern Romania, more than a half of territory is arable, and our main crops are maize, barley, wheat, sunflower, and so on, so forth. Yes, we are prone to the peril of desertification. Dobroja, the upper part of Dobroja, yes, is prone to desertification, and a lot of ecosystem is heavily changing now. So what is the response? What are the data that we collected via a very thorough poll that we posted for response, and collecting all these responses for like 200 of young farmers? The conclusions are: in Romania, farmers are rather poor. They do not afford the price of the chemicals. So in Romania, the chemicalization of the food is less than the European media. Hence, the Romanian products are healthier. There is a heavily response towards the climate changes. So everybody is shifting like 2 weeks the sowing process in order to avoid the development of foliar diseases. They tend to decrease the number of intervention in order to keep the water in the soil and not to disturb the very scarce ecosystem that is developed with little water. There is a huge need for a higher level intervention for the irrigation, because very small approach to the irrigation is not efficacious. It has no efficacy. So in conclusions, there should be a higher level of involvement and restructuring the irrigation systems. This is done now by the wealthy ones who can afford all the fancy systems and own like hundreds of hectares, but they definitely do not cover all the need. It's a tendency. Another finding is that there is a highly tendency to reach the current existing water. In Dobroja, we have a huge basin, like 2,000 years old water that is fully available for us, but the pumps and the regions we can access this water are like very scarce, and we need to do something about this. Another finding is very interesting finding is that we have an evolving ecosystems, and Irina here just suggested a question for you: how we should define our terms. What is the optimum? What is this project do finally? We heading for the climate optimum approach. Optimum from what point of view? From ours as consumers, from the environment, from the political and fancy and political correct point of view. So you policymakers, you the maker of our food, should respond and return us your answer. So this is very important. And I heavily hope that you will return your question with questions and answers. Yes, also it's very interesting that in Romania, the organic and bio food is under legislative prevalations, and we have everything stated. And also there are strong signs of feeble implementation of smart agriculture, even climate smart agriculture, but not under this name. So young people, young farmers are doing this under our eyes, and such a project as this one seems very, very, very in time. In terms of legislation, they complain about, okay, we are doing, okay, if this is our money, we do this with our own funds, but for God's sake, legiferate, promote our work, promote our effort, and support us. Our agency for payments and support in agriculture, APIA, is a fancy name, okay? And APIA is has some tentatives to support this kind of agriculture, but I know farmers that that are complaining of the following: they this, and nobody says what kind of effort is involved in such an approach. Okay, so these were our main fundings. We did rather heavy research on these, our results with statistics and everything, not only the ones that are prelevated from the official data, but the live one, the real one, cropped directly from the farmers, are available on the project site and the project documentation. I strongly recommend you to enter the feasibility study in Romania and see all the conclusion. Romeo did a very, very thorough approach, and Irina and Romeo had very thorough and very, up to life conclusions. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fatih.
Yes.
So the floor is yours. Okay, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. And hello, everybody. I would like to thank to Armenian team for this organization. My name is Fatih Konukcu. I am the expert for feasibility studies in Turkey. I will present my speech into three parts. First, the agricultural potential of Turkey, including organic and good agricultural practices. Then how the climate change affect the agricultural production in Turkey. And finally, practical solution within the concept of climate smart agriculture. Turkey has totally 77 million hectare area, and of this area, 23.1 million hectare is agricultural land. Total irrigable land of Turkey is about 8.5 million hectare, which is 1/3 of the agricultural area. However, 6.6 million hectare is under irrigation now. The main crops cultivated in Turkey are 70% cereals, for instance, wheat, barley, and rice. 85% is legumes like lentils and 77% are oil seeds, mainly sunflower. 8.2% industrial crops like sugar beet, tobacco, and 1.6% is tuber plants, which are potatoes and onion. agricultural sector in Turkey is very important for national economy because 19% of the total employment of the total population is from the agricultural sector. 3.1% of all exports, which is amounted to $5.3 billion, and 6.5, and I can't see the bottom of my presentation, but around 6.5% of the GDP, which is amount to about $50 billion, is from agricultural sector. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, as for the organic farming, it is started in 2002 in Turkey. Presently, the number of producers in Turkey is about 68,000, and the production area is about 500,000 hectares, and the production is about 2.5 million tons. Similarly, the number of producers for good agricultural practices is 55,000, and the production area is about 500,000 hectares, and the production is about 5 million tons. And next slide, please. Okay, Turkey is located in the Mediterranean Sea basin, which is affected from the climate change mostly. The climate forecasts show that Turkey's temperature will change at least 3.5 degrees towards the end of this century, and maximum 6 Celsius degrees for the pessimistic scenarios. The average precipitation will decrease averagely 660 millimeters, and in some cases or in some regions, up to 250 to 300 millimeter decreases will occur. This will cause decreases in sustainability for agricultural production, for instance, decreases in yield and quality of all crops, but particularly decreases in cultivated area of summer crops such as corn, sunflower, legumes, fruits, and vegetables. From now, we have shortened these crops, particularly oil crops, legumes, and fruits. By the climate change, it will create, I think, difficult days and big problems in the next decades. And also double the amount of irrigation water because of increasing temperature and decreasing the precipitation and the other extreme climate events, such as compared to today. Increases in extreme climate events will increase the risk in agricultural production, such as increase the disease and pest in agricultural production, decreased biodiversity, loss of genetical resources, soil erosion, and other, risk will increase by climate change. Next slide, please. Okay, within the concept of climate smart agriculture, the solution may be categorized into three: adaptation, mitigation, and resilience. For the adaptation to climate change, improvement of varieties to resistance to extreme climate events should be activated. Turkey is very rich in genetical resources. These genetical resources may be used to improve new varieties to resistance to drought or extreme climate events. Then organic carbon contents of the soil should be increased to save water, and new crops rotation or diversification plan should be made. Sowing date should be adjusted to benefit from the precipitation, escape from the drought and disease and pest. For the mitigation of the climate change, organic farming, good agricultural practices, precision farming, and climate-smart agriculture should be encouraged and supported within the country. Farmers should be supported financially and technically by the government to apply this farming system. And finally, for the resilience of the farmers against the adverse impact of climate change, farmers should be provided with financial support for production and insurance. I can't see the last. Okay, this is my presentation. If you need detailed information, you can find our feasibility study for Turkey. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now,
So,
I would ask Vaso.
okay, hello again. So I am going to be rather brief with the presentation of our research results in the eligible areas in which we applied this research. The eligible areas for the Black Sea program, which were the region of Central Macedonia and the region of East Macedonia and Thrace. So we followed the pattern of the project and the template provided to us for conducting our research in order to depict the current status of agriculture sector and organic farming in these areas, and also how the climate smart agriculture branding would be perceived by producers and consumers. So you can find all the statistics and numbers in our study as well, which is provided on our website. Following the previous speakers, we also pointing out in our results the great impact that the climate change is having in the agricultural sector in Greece. Greece is it is well known that it is an agricultural country, apart from being a touristic country. So the impact of climate change is great on arable areas and on cultivations. And especially this year, this has started to be visible. And the problems have started to be rather harsh on the farmers. So the results that we extracted from the study are the identified problems but also the opportunities for promoting climate smart agriculture in Greece. So regarding the problems, we saw that and additionally, just to say that the research was conducted among a large number of agricultural cooperatives and farmers, local authorities, regional authorities, research and educational institutes, central vegetable markets, and the regions of Central Macedonia and East Macedonia and Thrace, and also the municipal district of Vasilika. So that was the stakeholders, the main stakeholders which received our questionnaire and answered to our questions. So based on the answers that we received, we saw that most farmers are somehow, they are understanding climate smart agriculture from the sense of smart agriculture. And this means that they need to invest a a serious amount of money for changing their cultivation practices. So they have to be well informed and educated what climate smart agriculture means and which cultivation practices it involves, and whether this is directly linked to investment costs or could be something else as well. So this investment cost, it's identified as a main problem for turning to climate smart practices. The small and scattered farms is one of the problems as well. And also the aging rural population and the aging population of farmers, which are showing an inelastic attitude towards new cultivation practices. The limited dissemination of data and information, and also the inability of farmers to get access to the new information, innovation, and new practices. The lack of applied research, limited funding and funds, difficulty in coordinating actions at different levels and among different stakeholders, and also the not very clear legal framework for the protection of agricultural land. So these were the main identified problems through the research that we conducted. And the next slide, please. Okay, so regarding the identified opportunities, the new Common Agricultural Policy, as previous speakers also pointed out, the organic culture, sustainable agriculture, smart agriculture, precision agriculture, which are all concepts that are very welcome among mainly the consumers. And these are concepts that are quite popular, and this gives the floor for new brands under the name of climate smart agriculture. The available technological tools, the university research, the opportunities that is given through projects like Agreeing for dissemination of information, data, and research results, the production of high quality products from consumers, and also bio and organic products, the applied principles from farm to fork, product branding, which is quite popular and widely accepted among Greek consumers, the possibilities for great networking, and within this concept of networking, the further empowerment and cooperation among agricultural cooperatives in order to have bigger and stronger synergies among them. The development of agricultural infrastructure, raising awareness in the society, strategic cooperation with bodies and organizations, and also the commitment of funds for climate smart agricultural implementations through the various available funding instruments. So these are the main results extracted from the research. And of course, further information, as I said before, can be found in the study itself. So thank you very much.
Okay, now Natalia Musan will present our Armenian part.
Hi everyone, I represent the iCare Foundation. I'm the last presenter, so I was hearing my colleagues from all over the world. and this like Black Sea Basin, and we have very, very common challenges and opportunities. I wasn't even aware how common these are. So there's a big hope that we might be able to deal with this together. I have some figures. I'm an environmental scientist by education, so I'm heavy on environment. I have to say that agriculture is a big part of Armenian GDP. It's 13%. It used to be 20%. It decreased a bit. Crop production is 47%. The rest is animal husbandry. And most of the farms are subsistence farms. 40% of the farms produce food for themselves. What we are expecting here to see in terms of climate change, you can see on the left graph, basically the kind of challenges that we are going to expect with climate change in Armenia in different regions. By the way, the effect of climate change on agriculture in Armenia is pretty well investigated, mostly by international organizations, specifically UNDP. And most of the graphs are from them. I didn't put the references. We can see that we are already seeing up to 2019 the increase in temperature. We are expecting in average 2.2 degrees Celsius increase by 2050. This is by average. Some information says 4.7 up to, and precipitation is decreasing, and we are expecting also a strong decline, 2.7 2040. This is not a long distance when we think about it. It's almost 20 years from now on. The right graph actually is a very new data from UNDP. I didn't put the reference, but this was actually presented a few days ago. There was a study that tried to model what will be the effect. So for the right, left two slides, three slides basically, we have to think about the adaptation strategies. Right? We have challenges, we have high temperature, we have precipitation, and we have to think about how to adapt the agriculture to these challenges. On the right slide, actually, we are talking about greenhouse gas production from agricultural sector in Armenia. Agriculture is the second biggest emitter in Armenia. And as our Georgian colleagues said, it's compared to the world, it's almost nothing, but it's quite big for Armenian scale. And the left one, you cannot see the entire picture, it's 2017. And the right bar basically is modeled for 2030 under a very conservative scenarios. And you can see that there is a 94% increase by 2030 if we do nothing about agriculture in Armenia. And the gray one is an animal husbandry, and you know that livestock is a big emitter. The yellow one is actually manure management, and the green one is plant production. So we have issues for adaptation, and we have issues for mitigation. Next. When we're talking about climate smart agriculture, most of my colleagues put an accent on organic agriculture, although we talked about other types of agriculture. In Armenia, we also have, we don't have this terminology of climate smart agriculture. When we're interviewing the farmers, they knew the concepts, people were quite well read, they knew the adaptation mechanism, some of them even knew the mitigation part. But it's not only organic agriculture in Armenia that is actually representing the climate smart agriculture. Although organic agriculture is one of the quickest growing sectors, it had increased 6 times from 2006. But up there, you can see the greenhouses. Greenhouse production is having a huge boost in Armenia. And for now, we have like 1,300 hectares of greenhouses, and it is increasing. Anyone who lives in Armenia, we can constantly see new greenhouses being actually built, and the export from greenhouse production is quite high. These greenhouses are different types. They can be land-based, but recently it's very fashionable to make hydroponic greenhouses. And the climatic effects of greenhouses in Armenia are quite low, specifically because country is very sunny. We have a lot of warm days. We do not need to heat. And the hydroponic recirculation system specifically use almost no fertilizers. There is almost no emissions. And the third picture actually shows the intensive production. This is also increasing. There are many projects and fundings that are actually trying to kind of push the farmers to have intensive production, and intensive production also in 10 years increased by 65%. And this is also a type of climate smart agriculture. And also we have climate smart agriculture elements, drip irrigation, anti-hail systems, mulching, cover crops. All of these are being used in Armenian farms one way or another. Maybe one element, maybe a few elements, depends on the funding, depends on the financial support, but we have all of this in the country taking place now. Since we had to have 5 slides, this is quite intensive. What we have here is that from 2 million hectares of agricultural lands, 40% is currently not used. By the way, 55% is actually irrigated. Why it is not used? Many different reasons, but the main reason is common for all our countries. We have very, very little farms that was actually privatized after Soviet Union collapsed. So people who never did agriculture all of a sudden got farms that are less than 1 hectare in size. And I personally have many relatives living in village, and most of my relatives had higher education in engineering or literature, and they had absolutely no clue what to do with the farms. And currently they have to actually work with these farms to feed their own families, because there was also a huge unemployment in the countries during the blockade and stuff. But lands are also very degraded. Part of it is actually because Armenian lands, mostly like the Ararat Valley, that is a huge agricultural area, it was initially semi-desert area. It wasn't a really good, black, beautiful soil to start with. But also there was an industrialized agriculture taking place during Soviet Union. And so we have 43% of desertification, 82% of lands are one way or another actually degraded, 3% anthropogenic pollution, and 1% salinization. I have to be honest here and say that some of the lands are polluted not anthropogenically. It's actually naturally. People who drink Jermuk, they know it has high level of arsenic. You cannot actually export it to Europe. But we like it, we are used to it. I don't know if we are getting sick of it, but this is not anthropogenic. It is the lands are just rich with this. And this is one thing that can hamper the organic production, by the way. But when I'm thinking about lands and I'm connecting this with the climate smart agriculture, I'm seeing this as an opportunity. Because if you can actually here do greenhouse production on these lands that can produce nothing of good quality, then you can actually have a good produce and you can actually import it or export it, excuse me. Sorry, we import the greenhouses, by the way, the constructions, but you can export it to Europe because you are having a closed hydroponic greenhouse, for example, or soil that you are bringing in, which is clean. Our markets are not that big. The domestic market is actually developing, but people are not, when we did the interviews, a lot of people were saying that they would love to use organic production, climate smart production, this and that. With organic, they understood why are they using it for health. With other climate smart things, not really. Youth was more responsive to climate change. Adults were not. That much, not that they weren't responsive, they were not very aware. So I think we have some education to do here to say people that, you know, it's not only our health, but also the planet's health. The markets are mostly for organic products, and we have a big market for greenhouses. It goes to Europe, Russia, Kazakhstan, Asian countries, and now Arabic market is quite interested in Armenian products. We have in terms of the stakeholders and institutions, we have many, but this is very unconsolidated. I don't know, it's not unified. What I'm meaning by this is that we have Ministry of Economy, we have Ministry of Nature Protections, many agencies that are taking care of at least checking the quality of soil, air, water, food. We have a lot of advisory services, we have NGOs, countries quite active, to be honest. But as I talked about the UNDP event a couple of days ago, we do not have one unit that actually is coordinating all of this. So it is kind of sporadic and hectic, and a lot of times also depends on where is the funding coming, or where are the people, like motivated people? I see Lucine Albanjan, I want to present you. She is the head of the Organic Agricultural Association of Organic Agriculture. Lucine is one of the people who single-handedly started doing things with, I don't know if she got any funding, I have no clue, but these are like people who are motivated. And you see also businessmen who are motivated, right? Because these people want to have produce that they can actually export. So money is a big deal here. And we have funding from different countries. Armenian diaspora is one of the motivated also funders in this sense. We have also greenhouse associations in Armenia, so the sector is very active. And we have policies. We do not have a policy that says climate smart or climate change in it at all. But we have many policies that in one way or another are related to agriculture that is environmentally friendly and also climate smart. Because I didn't have enough space, I didn't write all of them, but I want to write the incentives. These incentives are from Ministry of Economy from 2019. I apologize, I cut down the titles of the laws or incentives because I didn't have space, but I left the keywords. We have incentives for modern drip irrigation systems, a very beautiful climate smart adaptation technique. Specifically, you saw this year what kind of drought we had and what is the issue in agricultural sector in Armenia with water. Armenia is not a water poor country yet, but the way we use it is, I'm sorry, it's my country, so I allow myself to say it, is barbaric. We can do much more with much less water and we have to take care of it. And I hope government will pay attention to it. The other incentive is a construction of an update for small and medium-sized smart livestock farms. If you remember my first slide, I thought that manure is a big greenhouse gas emitter, the biggest one. And now we want to make farms that will at least collect these manures and have ventilated systems, at least cooled and ventilated systems. I know that we are starting some international organizations are starting manure biogas system research. Hopefully will work out, should work out, nothing hard there. We have incentives that are subsidizing anti-hail systems. We are establishing vineyards, but they are modern technological intensive parts. And we have also small and medium-sized farm support. So we basically have all the pieces of mosaic. We need someone to sit there and put it all together and maybe coordinate, which might be a very hard work in the current state. If we do this, we can have a couple of benefits. And the first one for me as a person who lived most of our life in Armenia is socioeconomic benefits. We all know that we have a huge immigration, specifically from rural areas. People go to Russia mostly or abroad to make money, sometimes return back and use the money in Armenia. And so this would actually provide some employment and development of rural areas if we do that. But also we can do is actually organic products and exported products are more expensive than the regular products that are also not climate smart. So basically if our farmers can produce these products and sell it, they will be financially more independent. Specifically, one of the issues of climate change that we are always talking about is that we are having the change of growth areas, area change 400 meters. This is actually kind of weird because if you are someone who grew wheat, now grows apricots, it might be hard. But if you get the technology and you know how to do it, you basically can make more money from apricots that are now growing in Gherar Kunigmars and never grew there. We know like last years, we grow all these subtropical fruits in Ijevan area. And these are expensive. And I remember my childhood, it was coming from Georgia. We were buying it from Georgia. Now we're producing it even for Armenian market. I don't know what are the volumes. I'm not sure that it is the volumes to be exported, but climate change here can be our friend, to be honest. If we can provide our baseline production plus produce something more. What would be the environmental benefits here? I talked about reduced greenhouse gas emissions, but most of all, water and soil. And the degraded soils can be actually easily revitalized if you do proper agricultural technologies. If we have lands that cannot grow anything, let's put greenhouses on them. They could actually also work. So we can actually save our lands, and the lands that are not saved can be still be productive. And this is very, very big. Also, we can have reduction of fertilizers. In Armenia, also the fertilizer import is decreasing. But the problem is we import only nitrogen fertilizer. So you just, whatever the plant feels, you give it nitrogen. You do not give it phosphorus, you don't give it potassium, you do not understand what's happening. It's nitrogen, nitrogen, nitrogen, and this is very unhealthy for soil. So it's not that only we should reduce these fertilizers, it might actually bring in a fertilizer that the plant needs, and this might actually help a lot. The other thing is actually biodiversity, and here I want to talk about bees a bit, because we know bees are threatened all over the world. I mainly live in United States. Most of the population, I think 80% is dying. Honey costs fortunes. Good honey costs much more. In Armenia, we still have bees. We have flowers for bees. We can actually produce honey in agricultural sense, but we can do agriculture that can actually save the biodiversity. We have 252 wild ancestors of plants. For example, wheat in Armenia. They are growing in the fields, in the mountains. But if climate change happens, these genetic resources might disappear. So this might also help us with this. And I am not, is there more? Yeah, and the main challenges here, we have different challenges, and this is all in the report. But all of the challenges come down to one thing, that 60% of farms have less than 1 hectare size. So for a farmer to make any investment, to bring in, for example, anti-hail system, to bring in, for example, irrigation system, is actually not worthy, because investment costs, installation costs are more. And if they had bigger area, installation costs and operation costs might be actually cut off, and they could actually make benefit. So this might seem like the biggest challenge that is affecting both the market, availability of machinery, weed management, fertilizer use, the use of crop residues. And this is something that has to be actually controlled and fixed before we can talk about investing in climate smart agriculture in Armenia. I think this is all. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer. That's it.
Okay. Դուք ունեք հարցեր ու նաև
Do you have any questions? And also those who are online, if you have any questions, please voice them, please write them, please just turn the microphone on and you can be mentioning them. And you could be voicing your questions, any questions that you have. Valentina has a question. Please, Valentina.
Yes, my name is Valentina Pomazan from Constanța, Romania. I have a question not only for myself, but from all my team. Mainly to our colleague in Armenia, you very, very thoroughly emphasized that you are changing, the climate change might be in benefit from the view of the crops. We have the same idea. We in Romania have a continental climate, but now we are thinking to crop like more Mediterranean, more southern plants. How can you, or during the project, can bring your knowledge to our farmers? How we can instruct and bring your technologies or the references, or at least advice to our colleagues in the southeastern part of Romania?
I did the feasibility study, so I'm not a farmer. But I think we can actually communicate after the seminar and try to figure out and actually pinpoint the farmers that actually we have some statistics. I know the apricot statistics for sure. I know the Ijevan statistics. I think we can maybe try. I don't know at this point, but we will. I promise to make an effort to do this. In Armenia, it's very interesting because it's mostly word of mouth. because these farms are small. And then if your neighbor is actually doing right, and this is actually why the things, so if your neighbor grows kiwi in the same village, you will grow kiwi too, because you know that the market price is high. And at some point when you get to saturation, the price might actually drop. And then the people are starting to compete on other levels. So this was something I'm very proud of. There's a continuous creativity in the country. Also in the jewelry market, by the way, if you go to vernissage, every week you have new types of earrings. Because one makes something, everybody buys, oh, it's a new thing. And then the other ones make the same thing, and then the price goes down and somebody gets creative. So the same way is in agricultural level. How to do it as a scientist, I would actually think to model the temperature and to figure out with agronomists what can grow there. The other thing I could advise also, but we can talk about it later on, is seeing the traditional indigenous methods and approaches. Armenia has, I think I might be wrong, correct me, 6 climatic zones in this little area. So we basically grow everything all the time. We have such a variety that if now in Geralkunik we have weather for apricot, people in Ararat Valley already know how to grow this apricot. I'm thinking that some of the crops might actually get out of the country zone simply because their areas would not be supported by weather. But again, we can talk and we can try to come up with some methods of transferring what we know.
Let me
also add something. And also for these questions, we have actually our community of experiences. And this is one of the questions which we can all discuss together. And why not? This can also become a way of expanding our further cooperation. So in this respect, we can try to talk about this when we finish this
conference and to discuss more opportunities for the future. Okay.
In English? Actually, if I may add, this was one of the idea of the internet platform and the building of the community of practice. So this community will be open for people like Valentina to ask, guys, I need new crops that would grow in my climate. And you as scientists from Georgia can answer, okay, we have this research available. And this is the idea, how it should work, the community of practice between researchers and practitioners. Of course, it will be great if the COP coordinators and the project coordinators facilitate this process, but also such type of gatherings could be arranged in an online mode and could be developed further in another, let's say, project proposal for the next programming period. Why not? Absolutely welcome. Thank you.
Because actually we have come to a logical lunch time, I would actually suggest having 2 more questions. And also those who have joined us online, please ask the questions if you have any questions. Please turn on the microphone or write in the chat. In the chat, we don't see any questions so far. And then the participants also, if you have any questions, please, 2 more questions that we can take before lunchtime.
Just it was about how to convey this knowledge that we have to farmers. So very important is to make kind of models in different regions and make models with farmers. It was mentioned by Armenian colleague here that our farmers know growing different crops and they are used to grow different crops and have biodiversity in their plots. But what we observe, for example, which is problematic, sometimes they can't get out from the type of traditional or somehow dictated manner of farming, which was during Soviet type of management, when they were expecting some kind of order how to manage this type of crop. And this makes sometimes our farmers very weak in adapting changes. That's why it's very important to arrange models of best practices at farmers' fields, and then through farmer communication and contact, it goes faster, transmission of such knowledge to other farming systems. Thank you.
Ինձ հուշեցին, որ վերջում հարց ունենք, հա։
Actually, there is a question from the back. Please. Hello. My question is that apart from Armenia, it's aimed at all other countries. But actually, we saw all the challenges that we saw for the agriculture in Armenia. But in your country, if you had the same challenges we had in Armenia, I would ask you to share your experience. Thank you so much. I hope the question was audible. I will just repeat. If you had a similar challenge in your country as we had in Armenia, could you share the experience of how you have tackled, tried to find a solution? Thank you.
The question is for our partners who has had some type of challenge in their countries that is typical for Armenia, and you have overcome it, and you would like to share your experience. Maybe any example? Okay, Mariam.
Again, I will make a small intervention about that. So of course, we have similar problems because we are coming from the same past, and same problems we have in our fields, which is a small scale agriculture, very not competitive prices often on for international market. Also, irrigation systems are outdated or not working at all. Many similar problems, and most of it is how we can enter into bigger market when we have such a small plots. And I would like to share with you our experience with establishing group of farmers that work under same standards. And this is, for example, in hazelnut growing, which is one of the commodities that Georgia exports. And during Soviet times, this crop was like just in every garden, in every farm, but just 2-3 bushes for own consumption and small local market, while now under independence it became a main commodity, export commodity from Georgia. And we're starting cultivation of this crop on bigger plots. Of course, on all related problems came up, like how to manage them, how to fight pests, etc. And they're also very important is what we do, this model pruning, model use of different organic, and we do that in organic way, or in some areas, as the plots are very small, we follow another standard, which is also well marketed in the world. This is Rainforest Alliance, which accepts use of some pesticides if there is urgent need for that, or allow some type of small contamination if general environmental standards are followed. And in this case, grouping those farmers, common-minded farmers, in one group, so that they have a common market, they make processing together, and then they sell, actually they make drying together and then sell this to the factory that makes cracking and sells the product abroad. So this short value chains, when the farmers and the groups are directly connected to the buyer, this helps overcoming of the problems the small-scale farmers help. And one more I would like to mention also, as I told, we have introduced this new standards, and certification is, as all us know, is very costly. We introduce also internal control system, which makes this certification costs also reduces costs and makes it affordable for paying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Եվս մեկ հարց, ով մեկ հարցի տեղ ունենք, եթե հարց կա։
We have one more question. There is a question in the chat. I wrote it in the chat. Miss Anahit Razanchian has a question that is addressed to Natala Mirzoyan.
Have you estimated how much land that is eligible for cultivation we lost due to the invasion of Azeri troops in Gerarkuni, Garat, and Sunik Mazes? We lost patches of bordering villages. Maybe you should.
No, I didn't, because I did the study much earlier. And also, I don't think this is a done deal. So, I mean, we'll do it when the
okay, thank you.
situation is more stable. Let's make it that way.
And we have continuation here. We lost patches of bordering villages. Probably we have lost also land that we or could be under cultivation of climate smart varieties of plants. Do you have any estimates of this loss? No, we do not have. This is at least Agreen project does not have. This is in addition to the data on non-used land in Armenia. Okay, thank you for the question. However, we cannot answer to this question. Yes, Natala. Okay. Okay, sorry. So now is the time for lunch, because it's already late and we are
Sorry for keeping you so long here. We just couldn't arrange it differently, the agenda. And as you see, we're 6 countries, so we have a lot to say. Still, all the participants are invited to the 3rd floor for lunch, 3rd floor for lunch. So we will see each other in 45 minutes, so that you can also calculate according to
Okay, մենք սկսում ենք արդեն հանդիպումը, որովհետև ինչպես մենք հիշում ենք, մենք ունենք գործընկերներ նաև առցանց հարթակում, ովքեր սպասում են մեզ։ Let me announce. Շարունակում ենք հանդիպումը եւ մենք առաջին պանելային քննարկումը վերջացրել ենք, անցնում ենք երկրորդ պանելային քննարկմանը, որը նվիրված է Սևսովյան ավազանում կլիմային ուղղված խելացի գյուղատնտեսության տարածաշրջանային բրենդինգին եւ մենք տեսնում ենք, որ մեր թարգմանիչը կարիք ունի տեխնիկական աջակցության, որպեսզի շարունակի. So for those who wanted to learn Armenian, okay. While our translation technical aspects are being solved, we are starting the panel discussion number 2, regional branding for climate smart agriculture, which will be really 1 minute. Հիբրիդային քննարկումների ժամանակ շատ իրական տիպական իրավիճակ է ստեղծվում։ Ես արդեն չեմ հիշում, քանի հիբրիդային քննարկման եմ մասնակցել եւ տեխնիկական խնդիրները դրանք մեր աջակցողի եւ ուղղորդ.
So in the English channel, I would say that we're having many problems currently and technical. And we're checking if our online participants have sound. Please let us know.
Okay.
Yeah, great, great, great.
People are hearing me.
Great, thank you so much. So we start the second panel discussion, just as I was saying, which is based on the regional level climate branding strategy. And I will actually ask Miss Violeta Nadinova to come. Please join us, please guide us. We will go through the slides, but according to the strategies that we have adopted, let's show what we had, the parts, I mean. And you would be the first again. Again, I will ask if people can hear me. I hope they can.
Panel discussion will be dedicated to the presentation of what we have done in terms of suggesting a common brand for the climate smart agricultural production originating in the Black Sea Basin. I will tell you just a few words about how does it work. I mean, the process behind the development of the blueprint for this branding strategy. Can we have the first slide, please? So basically, we have agreed around a common structure. What should the branding strategy contain or comprise? And these are the main, we call them chapters that we have developed. since it was supposed to be a a joint work, we have decided that each partner will take care of one of the chapters and will develop further. But in order to be able to understand, let's say, the audience profile for all the other partners, each of us had to present a brief summary or the main findings about the profile, about the go-to-marketing strategy, about each of the chapters in his country, or the country specifics, we call it. So basically we had one additional research to find out what are the country specifics and the issues that we have to have in mind during developing the strategy, and then each partner has developed his part. So now we have arranged the next slides in a way that they will follow the structure of the document we have developed, the blueprint for the branding strategy. And each partner who is responsible for the particular chapter will present his work. Since the first two parts are ours, I mean, the mission and the brand position statements were entrusted in us at Dobruja Agricultural and Business School Association. I would invite Professor Veselin Blagoev, who is already online, to say a few words about our chapters. Just I will need the next slide, ladies, for him to. Okay, so Vesco, if you hear us, the previous one, it's one ahead. The previous screen, please. And the previous one. This one, yeah, that one. So we will start with the vision we had about the climate smart agriculture, and Vesco will guide us through his slides. Then we will pass the floor to the next developer, to the next project partner. Vesco, are you on? Do you hear us? Probably he don't. Vesco, you do not.
Vesco, I'm also talking his English channel to see if you can hear us. Vesco?
While we're trying to solve the issue, I can share on his behalf, if it's possible, of course, the aim of the branding strategy, why we have decided to have such a document, because we think that the efforts towards making the climate smart production recognizable on the market should be described in terms of rules, in terms of standards, in terms of any procedures that should be followed. To that end, we have developed this additional survey that I told you about, and we have decided that our vision for the climate smart brand for Black Sea Basin production should be first to raise the awareness of the consumers that there is such type of production. Because from our researches, I think most of the countries actually found out that people, even if they implement climate smart agriculture practices, they do not realize it. They do not recognize them as such. So our first goal would be to raise the awareness, or to let people know what is this climate smart agriculture and are they fitting in this profile of such type of producer. Our next goal is to get the community support. And by gaining the community support, we are thinking of exactly building that network of people working together at local level and then transfer at international level, this recognition. And third, evoking direct and immediate response of the agricultural and food sector. We want to provoke the producers and also the institutions to apply structured strategies towards making all this production recognizable and the people to want to buy it on the market. So are you with us already, or should I continue? Okay. You do not hear us, obviously. Yeah. No. Okay. Okay, I will continue then. Can I have the... can you write him to try to speak? It was okay during tests this morning. I don't know what happened. Give me my next slide. Not to lose time because you said I have 3 minutes, so I have to make it quick. Next one, please. Okay, so here are summarized the values that we stand behind, or the values that we have identified, asking for the potential consumers of our climate smart agricultural production. So among the values, these are the most important for our potential consumers. The first one is the comparison between the taste of the organic production versus the GMO treated products. And actually, it appeared that people do realize, even by the taste, when they're having healthy and pure food produced in a good way, and when they're having food which contains a lot of fertilizers. So people do appreciate the healthy food. Do you hear us now?
Yes, I'm okay now.
That's great. Thank you very much for coming for me. So I started to speak about the values. I have mentioned the first one, and from that point, if you see the slide, which is shared on the big screen, you can continue, right?
Yes, because of these technicalities, these problems which we see, would you mind if I switch to the next slide and comment first the important things about brand positioning and how important it is? Because if I get lost, the rest will be seen, but I wanted to add a few more comments.
That's great. So it's you from now on.
Why this project is extremely important. There are many reasons for that, of course, many factors playing in our favor, so to say. But there are three things which, from my point of view, are extremely important, and they will be underlining what we'll be proposing, and after that, what our people will do in the real life. The first thing, which is very, very important, whether we comment it openly in a written format, or we only share it between ourselves, but there is a great battle, a real war, which is going between our farmers, our agricultural workers, and what the big GMO companies are doing. Practically what they are doing, Monsanto, and I'm mentioning only one of those, they are practically substituted the genes and the origins of all the agricultural products with things which are genetically modified. Practically, if before we did have hundreds of types of tomatoes, now in quite many countries, it's one and the same rubber type tomato, which is available in the stores. And this is a great battle, negative against our interests of all the countries which we are representing in this project. So this thing will continue. And if we want to protect our agriculture and our farmers and our economies in this area, we have to very enthusiastically and very actively try to position ourselves as something which is different, non-rubber, so to say. The second thing, which is very, very important, it is the great reset which has been planned in Davos and in quite many big economies, which is based on active use of artificial intelligence and robotization. When we understand that sooner or later the agricultural companies will be enlarging, they will get more and more hectares to use for agricultural production. This will go together with robotization. So quite many things, operations in these farms, in these plots, on these plots, will be done with robotized tractors, robotized cultivators, etc., etc. And this will mean that quite many people who are now working in those companies will be left unemployed, and they, whether they like it or not, they will be forced to get into production of this agricultural products for themselves, to feed themselves, their families, but also to try to sell them. And for them, it will be extremely important to have the protection, the marketing protection through branding. And the third thing, which is very important as well, the farmers are farmers, it's okay, but then the buyers come, the consumers, and the reality is that quite many of the consumers do not bother too much to study what is done to produce this product, agricultural product, and what is good for the health, what is not good for the health. So practically they rely on the brand to very high extent, trusting the brand and not the technicalities which we practically understand and presume will be applied, will be used in the agricultural field, in that production. So we have to understand that altogether these three in combination lead to extremely pushing up the importance of the branding. As far as the branding will remain for many of the consumers and for many of the active buyers, the most important factor to convince them to buy this kind of product. So when we understand this thing, of course, we have to find ways to present it even in a better way, more actively in the project. I have to say here that the people from the 6 countries, each one of the researchers who contributed to the paper so far, have done a great job. And with in the combination of all these facts and information which were presented so far, we have a good ground to develop the part of branding, brand positioning in a workable way and in an efficient way. When I say efficient way, I mean our project has to lead to something which really will protect our people, the farmers, the agricultural industry, but also it will protect the consumers, our buyers, if we can offer them a more healthy, a healthier food, which will be the best ground and the best protector for development of this industry as we plan it. And also it will be the great protector against those guys who want to substitute everything with GMOs. Now we can go in more details, on the slides, but I believe that the interpretation of these things as we understand them so far is more important compared to the facts which are listed on the previous slide, for example.
Yes, by the way, I was about to ask you if it's possible just to list, but literally to list the main
Yeah, okay.
values, if you think that they're important. Ladies, can we have the previous slide?
Yes, can you please go one slide back? Yeah.
Just to list them without a lot of explanation, the presentations will be
Yes.
provided
Yeah.
further because we are kind of out of time. Sorry.
Yeah, indeed. So the market demand, I connected it already with the branding as a great trusting factor, and also as something which will convince the customers that they are getting something different from our countries, from our agriculture. Then the taste, which we discussed already, anti-GMO taste, if you want it that way. The specificity of the taste in this land is something very important as a factor. Let us not forget that Bulgaria was #1 exporter in Europe of many agricultural products like tomatoes, for example, and many others. Brands we discussed already. The traditions, we have traditions in agriculture in our countries, which because of the common history, the joint history, led to a lot of joint traditions linked to taste again and linked to healthier products. And all together, these things will contribute to achievement of the results which our project is aiming to achieve. Thanks so much. Sorry for being, pressed by technicalities.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Blagoev. I hope you will stay online, right? And now we're about to invite the degree partner from Anatoliki. I hope Vaso is also hearing, to tell us a few words about the common audience profile that we have identified, or how do our potential customers and buyers look like. Vaso, you do hear us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, Violeta. So yes, this is a couple of slides because this chapter for the audience profile was quite extended. So in order to present it briefly, we decided to use this joint diagrams, showing first of all the age group who tends to be more positive against this potential branding, the one that we are proposing through a green project. So this is, although I can, the diagrams are showing the distribution among ages, and as a general result, we can see that the group ages which are among 25 to 45 are more keen to buying products that are produced under climate smart agricultural practices and are more willing to buy products that could bear this the proposed brand name. And other demographics identified are that this group of people are mostly university graduates with medium to high income, and families with toddlers and young children that are most concerned for their healthy nutrition without chemicals, simply speaking, and also people who prefer to buy from their products from local markets. So more or less, these were the common characteristics among the consumers, and these results were extracted from, in some countries, from researches with this specific target to identify the consumer's profile. In other countries, like in Greece, there was a short poll for the identification of this consumers group, but also based on literature review regarding the consumers that are buying bio and organic food. So I don't know if there is another slide related to this issue. If we can change and see. Okay, and for the Greek reality, compared to the common results, we can see that more or less we have under the consumer's profile, mostly families with children, that is up to 64%. The age group born between 1982 and 1994, and consumers who want to avoid chemicals in their food. So this is related to the Greek reality and Greek experience.
Actually, if I may add, the results are pretty much similar across all the countries.
Yeah.
And that's why the diagrams summarized at the beginning look
Yeah,
like this.
indeed.
Yeah, there will not be time, unfortunately, to present
Yes, I
each
know,
country
that's
profile.
we
Sorry
made it
for
brief.
that, but we're
Yeah,
quite
okay,
advanced.
okay.
We hope
Okay.
that you got an idea of our ideal customer or the people we are targeting in. So I will ask now Lily to switch to the next slide. Okay, so from now on, I would invite Valentina, who is actually the author of the next two chapters, to present the Romanian parts. Yes.
Hello, everybody. I think it's time to wake up a little bit after the lunch. Everybody is dizzy. So I want you just to make an imagination exercise. You buy something new, something touchy, something sexy, interesting. What are your fears? Just close your eyes. What are your needs? Why do you buy? What are your fears? And what are your expectations? So, who knows? We are so different and so common. As you will see, in all around the Black Sea coast, we all have even the same symbols, even the same needs, even the same hatred habits. So, promising a brand means for a green, increasing territorial competitiveness and building a joint territorial, value. And that's why labeling such a product, a CSA product, means raising the interest towards bioorganic food raised in intelligent, modern ways. Okay? So as you have seen up to now, young adults, mature, informed adults are interested in such products. Next slide, please. Okay, so such kind of brands should refer to national representation, because yes, I'm Romanian, you are Bulgarian, you are Turkish. You need to be represented somehow within umbrella, this umbrella brain, as Professor from Bulgaria very nicely put it, is a regional brand who addresses the need for safe food, nice food, healthy food. So the main problem addressed by the brand is the scarce visibility. We all have nice people, working people, who are willing to sell, to produce and sell their product, but they are not visible. So this is the main problem we, in our research, find that it should be addressed in this project. Next. So how a customer feels, we need to, within a brand, we need to recognize the inherent economic value, to encourage greater use of our potential, to offer marketing opportunities and to support small businesses. Next. Also, elements. So I have a product. What should this product reflect? Because, you know, we buy a product with a story. They say nothing sells without a pretty woman's face, you know? This is a brand, so what is the face of our presumably vulnerable product? The performance, efficacy, and abundance. This was the first thing emerged in our research. Integration of the new technology because it's fancy, because it's useful. The controlled and guaranteed quality of the product, the need for clean, healthy food, and the capacity to know the food origin, how the food was cropped, produced, and so on. Also, the need to protect the environment, because more or less all the young adults, which are the core target of this brand, are aware of the current environment issue in the Black Sea Basin. Next. So a short survey, you will find this on the report. Vast majority prefer to buy healthy products. The strongest element were the need to promote the regional values, the pride that I'm Armenian, I'm Romanian, and I want my product, my idea, my culture to be embedded in this brand. This is the first need. Very interesting. The value proposition refers to the product and customer. What do I want? I want health, clean food, and so on. My needs are the following, and I fear to be you know, tricked by the producers. Okay, this is. Thank you. Just before with the images. I let you with the idea, because the talk about the branding, I hope I gave you the main ideas. The brand, the next one, previous one, with the I lead you with the images. What you see here is an Armenian symbol. Is an Armenian symbol. Do you find? It's a Georgian symbol. It's Armenian, it's Georgian. Turkey? From Turkey, somebody? So these are Romanian rugs and Romanian ancient portals in the countryside. Okay, so quod erat demonstrandum, thank you. And let's hope we'll have a national representative smart agriculture brand.
Thank you very much to Valentina Pomazan. And now we go to the chapter dedicated to go-to-marketing strategy developed by the Tekirdağ Namık Kemal University. I see Omer is already online.
Yeah.
Do you hear us?
Do you read me?
Yes, we hear you very well. So this is your part.
Yeah. I would like to say hello to all participants from Turkey, and thanks to Armenian team for the effort and the host. My name is Ömer Azabaoğlu. I am the expert on branding strategy at this project. At this stage, I would like to highlight how to go to market strategy for Black Sea Basin brand. First of all, ask a right question in a right order from a successful go-to-market strategy. And also a well-planned strategy will have focus on connecting with the customers. So what are the originated Black Sea Basin branded climate smart agricultural products target markets? Feasibility study shows that the target market of our brand products is primarily the countries in the region. In the second place, we can consider the near European countries and other European Union countries. There need to be positioned in the target markets. It should be decided how to segment the market. Market segmentation is looked for common characteristics such as shared needs, common interests, similar lifestyles, or even similar demographic profiles. Segmentation is the process of dividing the audience to reflect specific characteristics that may influence purchasing decisions. Segmentations help develop the strategies that will target customers based on their needs, values, and behavioral characteristics. Factors to segment customers include demographic factors, locational factors, behavioral and psychographic factors. You know that the demographic factors, preliminary study have shown that the most important indicators for the potential customer of our branded CSA products are in age, income, and education. And also studies show that the location, our target population living in the urban areas, especially residential places. The greater driving force for the future customer of Black Sea Basin branded products is they tend to purchase greener and ecological products. Currently, living in a harmony with nature attracts more attention from consumers. Therefore, our target market will consist of these types of consumers. Level of motivation of consumers as a certain product is the major psychological factor, such as perceived quality, reference groups, pressure, learning and beliefs, and emotions are triggered the purchasing process. Our branded products should be motivate the consumers and emphasize ecological environment friendly living. And secondly, what are the BSP branded CSA products target customers? Previous slide, sorry, thank you. Yeah, firstly, BSP brands should understand the customer. New products as climate smart or greener product, biological, environment friendly products are born every day, and they also fail every day. A go-to-market plan can help avoid these problems if it includes certain elements of research and action. Feasibility researches which conducted by all the partner countries indicated that BSP branded CSA products target customer groups are living in urban areas, middle-aged, higher income groups, and highly interested to green products. But when it will decide the product line of BSP branded products, it would be necessary to conduct the detailed marketing research to measure target customers' behavior and attitudes. And also, market trends research should also be made. It would be predicted the market, the BSP brand is entering into a stable or growing market and how saturated the market is. The last phase of research, how to flexible to coordinate new product development occurrences. Particular climate smart agricultural products should be testing on the market, determining a specific profile of our branded CSA products for early adopters, uncovering the reasons why they would buy the product, and more importantly, why they will choose it over a rival's offering. And the third one is the BSP brand position. Black Sea Basin brand, propose a brand. A brand positioning designed to develop a sustainable competitive advantage on product attributes in the customer's mind. Positioning is crucial for new product as BSP brand CSA products. When consider a BSP brand positioning, those questions should be answered. What products are BSP brand offering? What is BSP brand unique value to offer to each target customer group? How will BSP brand connect with their target customers? What are the BSP brand abilities to demonstrate or communicate in this difference to the target market? And lastly, how the CSA product is different or better than competitors. Marketing literature indicated that a few methods for evaluating brands' current or potential positioning. These methods are multidimensional scaling, factor analysis, discriminant analysis, and conjoint analysis. Before enter the market, marketing research should be conducted and reveals the gap in the market segment for our brand positioning. And lastly, what are the BSP brand offering? At the market, mainly three segments we have: conventional produced agricultural product, conventional products, controlled and labeled agricultural products, in Turkey, good agricultural applications name, and organic certificated products. Last decade, global consumer trend is environment-friendly, sustainable produced green products. Research find that green new product introductions can indeed improve brand attitude, and both the brand category position influence the introduction of green new products. So our Black Sea Basin branded climate smart agricultural products should highlight the agricultural products they produce in a sustainable and environmentally friendly manner. It should be supported by labeling, packaging, and commercial. Thank you for your attention. It's a very short time. I just shortly brief about the go-to-market strategy. If you learn too much, we
Thank you very much, Ömer.
enlargement to go through that.
I will ask you if it's possible to stay online, because if there are any questions at the end of the branding strategy presentation, you can address them, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Right.
So I move now to the next. Someone has to change the slide. The next one is the Georgian, but we will need the slide, but still Mikhail will speak from here. I'm so sorry, we have made some kind of, so it's Greece again. Chapter number 8 was, as far as I remember, the communication channels selected by the expert. And since this chapter was prepared by Anatoliki in Greece, I would like to ask Vaso again to appear. Yes, he's here. And to share with us the selected channels and probably a few words about the approach that we have identified will be best. Thank you.
Okay. So here I am again, one of the usual suspects today. Okay. So we have identified the most important communication channels that can be used in order to promote a new brand. So they are mainly categorized under three main titles, which are the digital marketing channels, traditional marketing channels, and other communication channels. So most of them are well known and are the first that are coming into mind. And they can well support the purpose of the necessary promotion of a new product. But there are also some others which are also very efficient and adequate for sharing this new idea and product. So under the digital marketing channels, we have the content marketing channels. So these are actually marketing strategic marketing approaches which are focusing on creating and distributing relevant and consistent content in order to attract and clearly defined audience. So under these content marketing channels, we have the brand's website, which is the most important marketing channel and one of the first things consumers see when they are seeking for information. We have the video production and posting, which is a very commonly used format due to the fact that people tend to like watching videos, and The most common types are brand storytelling and promotional videos. And then we have the blogs, which are one of the three main forms of content produced material, and blogs can increase the product's website traffic and empower brand awareness. And finally, we have the podcasts, which are expected to grow a lot and fast over the next few years. And the podcasts are considered one of the best platforms to raise awareness and talk about important topics in a more entertaining way. The second subcategory is the search engine optimization, which is by far the best method of promoting a product's website or company's website on international level. And it requires a lot of time to be developed, and in order to bring results, and requires methodological and careful steps in this direction. Social media is one of the first things that are coming to mind as a communication method and channel, and it is they constitute the best and most widely used communication channels, appealing to the vast majority of the population and mainly young ages. So using social media is a pretty big chance that targeted customers are is a big chance of reaching out targeted customers because they are already using social media to get informed. So this includes Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, so on. Then we have the email marketing. This is also a common way, a common channel of selling products and promoting products. And here we can also add the mobile-friendly emails, which could also be taken in consideration, which are most of the users of mobile phones, smart mobile phones, are opening the emails through their devices. And finally, we have the paid advertising, which is the method through which you pay for an ad space in exchange for some space on the web. And this way can be very specific in the sense that it can reach, you can define rather detailed the profile of your targeted audience. So this could also be very efficient way of reaching out potential consumers. And now, after analyzing the digital marketing channels, we have the traditional marketing channels, which usually refers to what it is not online. And this means printed material, broadcast, direct mail, phone calls, outdoor advertising, events, and so on. And these traditional marketing channels are most appealing to older people, which do not make use of digital means so much. And then regarding the other communication channels, we have the word of mouth and influencers. Word of mouth can be very powerful. The Armenian expert said before that farmers tend to do what their neighbors do. So this has a great power in it, and it is traditional. In traditional way, this is how it is done, based on recommendations of friends, neighbors, colleagues. And then there is a more modern way of doing it, like targeted efforts and naturally occurring instances where users share their satisfaction and their experience with others, but being made in a more targeted way. And finally, we have the influencers, which is very modern. It is very mainstream and very popular, and it is quite popular among consumers because they tend not to trust so much the marketers, but they tend to trust influencers, which are actually more common people sharing their experience through social media. And these influencers can have a great impact in the society, and mostly to young people. And as Violeta said before, Green has a special interest in young people and will work with young multipliers in the framework of certain activities. So these are the communication channels identified and the way they can work in favor of our project and
Thank you very
our
much.
targets. Okay.
Thank you very much, Baso. Basically, we have covered most of the existing communication channels, probably different with different intensity. They will be exploited, but most of them will be in favor of promoting our brand. So next in a row should be the Georgian presentation. Lilith, can we please change the slide? It's Mikhail again here who will present it.
4 minutes, yes. And I want to start my 4 minutes with referring to Valentina's question when she woke us up. So if you buy something and what are you afraid of? One of the possible answers among many others is allergies, right? So in order to avoid it, one of the instruments is having labels, which provide detailed information about what is in the product we're buying. Our project tried to look into how we can approach common labeling in our countries, in 6 participating countries. And there are 2 aspects which we need to consider. One is legal. So state approaches this as a precondition to consumer protection. And what are the requirements that state provides us? And then there are private aspects as well, which is more about sorry for this, quality marks. Yes. And so to start with the legal aspects, can we go to the next slide, please? So legal requirements, sometimes they are good normally and they protect consumers, but sometimes they are used by the states as technical barriers to trade. If countries often change requirements, importers often fail to keep up with it, and then their products cannot be placed on the market. So we try to look into what the participating states have written down in their legal frameworks. And in case of Armenia, for example, there are national regulations, but there is also customs union, which has its own requirements towards how the product should be labeled. Right? And so this is one block. The second block is European Union, and there are 3 countries which are members of the European Union. It's quite centralized. There are lots of different regulations that say how product should be labeled. And then there are Georgia and Turkey, which in case of Georgia, we have deep and comprehensive free trade agreement with the EU, which means that we need to align our legislation with EU requirements, and we're moving into that direction. Turkey, as far as the research could tell, is also aligning with the European Union requirements. But having said that, it doesn't mean that the 5 countries have the same requirements. In Georgia, for example, small producers are not required to have labels. They can directly access markets without any labels, but it must be a small production, household production. So labels on products, jars, for example, which says what product you're buying, what's the content, what is the shelf life, just standard labels. So these are the legal requirements, which might be quite similar, but there are still some significant differences, which means that if we think about common brand, that will be quite hard, and we need to think about country-specific requirements. And then next slide, please. When we think about quality marks, those are voluntary, and it means that organizations or producers do not need to comply with it. It's just certain standards, and if producers comply with them, they are able to obtain trademarks. For example, organic products or geographic indications. If people think that this will benefit their businesses and they will be able to sell for a higher price, they can comply with certain requirements, and then they can obtain the trademark. We also thought whether it would be applicable to use it in our 6 countries. The challenge with it is that this is a process and entails a process of verification, whether products have been produced in a climate smart way. And of course, in our 6 countries, there is no single organization that can work on this. However, there is still a potential that if at some point we have a common methodology, then some organizations within the country can take this and can issue trademarks. So there is a potential in the future, but at this stage, there are some restrictions, that legal restrictions specifically, which makes it hard to think about the common labeling. Thank you very much. I think it was 4 minutes.
Perfect. And we end up with the last chapter, the Armenian part. Hasmik will present it today.
Thank you. I love being the last presenter in the panel because at that time everybody's already asleep. Hello, good morning. So before I go to the inauguration, which is quite theoretical part of this study, I want to present myself. Aside from a little bit working on this idea of branding, I am involved with right now EU funded and Austrian Development Agency funded Gaia project, which is for promoting green and organic agriculture in Armenia. And also before that, I have been involved in OASI project, again EU and ADA funded, which was again for promoting organic agriculture in Armenia. And because of this huge experience in organic agriculture, and because I hear that many countries bring a lot of parallel with organic brand here when talking about climate smart product brand, I want to give you a very sad news here, because these 2 categories of products are very similar, and they are ultimately in the market. These 2 categories are going to compete rather than kind of, because they are very similar, and it's very easy for people who want to buy organic to mix it with this the climate smart agriculture product brand. So here, when we come already jump to the marketing session or brand promotion session, we really have to think the project which promotes this brand really have to think to this about this nuance and kind of make the customers, the government, and other stakeholders to understand the difference between these 2 categories. Why not organic and why not branding? Another sad news that I want to give is that when we talk about climate smart product brand category, unlike organic brand, this category of product is not institutionalized yet. Like, for example, for organic product, we have certification bodies, we have already developed standards where like organic producers know when they go and are allowed to, when they are allowed to use the organic labeling or organic this logo, right? They already know they have to follow certain production standards, and the consumers also are aware that this product which has this logo on it they follow this particular standard in organic. In climate smart agriculture and climate smart product, we have only theories yet. And when the project is promoting a new brand, new category of product, then they really have to think for sustainability purposes. The project has to think about institutionalization of the whole thing. And or more to put it more easier way, who will later on, after the project ends, who will take the role of certification, following that the like producer which calls itself to produce a climate smart agriculture product, who will follow all this? Who will be responsible for this? Who will be certifying? Who will be responsible for the quality of the brand, of brand products? And whatever we are talking here now would remain, I think, as a theory if we will not really think about this at this stage already. The good news is that all products categories get developed like this. These stages are for all kinds of product category introductions, and the project started really great. And I think there is a huge potential for this product to for this product category or this brand to get really successful in the market later on. So I will talk about like a couple of slides here is about brand inauguration, and it follows certain steps. Like here you can see the planning stage where we have to define our audience. Basically, okay, I will just list and then we can go one by one. Then we have to do brand inauguration communication plan, create that plan. Then should be the stage for key stakeholders meeting and targeted awareness raising events, roundtable discussions, etc. And only after these steps are taken, we can go for brand inauguration day. After that, seems like brand inauguration is done and everybody knows what it is, but here where everything starts, and here where all these institutions who will be responsible should be doing the monitoring of that of the whole thing. So to understand that, to follow that the brand really performs well. We will now talk shortly one by one all this stage. Can you please change? Thank you. Okay, so in the planning stage, we are going to identify the key stakeholders, not to ignore the role of NGOs, the role of influencers and everyone else, media, etc. Our key stakeholders here to whom we need to kind of communicate what climate smart product is, or this brand is, or promises. These are government in the Black Sea Basin countries, agriculture producers and processors in these countries, consumers in these countries. So you see, these are basic things. So the government, we don't have this category of product, and even now when we go sometimes to the Ministry of Agriculture and talk about organic products, we still need to communicate the value of organic to the ministry, especially when the ministers change very frequently. All new ministers need to understand the value of organic agriculture in the country. Agriculture producers and processors, they also need to understand that when they go under this brand, if their products will be labeled like that, then there are certain values for them. They should be motivated to go and produce under this brand. Also, the consumers should understand what does it mean to buy a climate smart agriculture branded product. The second stage is preparing communication. I just want to mention in this planning stage that each country, aside these three main stakeholders, can decide which other stakeholders they need to communicate with before the inauguration day. to make some events with them, invite, make explanatory works, etc. So they will be motivated to participate on this big event date where you really introduce the brand to your stakeholders. Preparing communication plan for brand inauguration. Here we talk about brand promise and key messages, where before this date, all these stakeholders need to really get, because in one day, in a couple of hours, in one event, it's impossible everyone to motivate on this. Can you please go to the next slide? For the brand promise, for like there are a couple of examples, like for example, for government, we need to make them understand in our communication that climate smart products or products which are produced under climate smart technologies are sustainable, contribute to the sustainable growth of agriculture sector in the country. They increase food safety as well as security. They slow down the climate change process in a way that they are produced, and its a negative impact on environment. The other one goes, okay, we have some certain problem in the slide, but that's okay. These kind of things which might interest the government to really buy the idea and want to support the sector further, right? For producers, what producers are interested? They are interested that their assets are sustained, like land, resources, water resources, etc. So persuading them that if you will follow these technologies, then your assets will be sustained in a longer way, and you can be more profitable later on. If you will produce under this brand, will be certified or whatever, then you can increase your profitability because this brand promises additional added value to your product in a sense of popularity, etc. Consumers also, they need to they need to be communicated that this brand, that the quality of this of the product under this brand are controlled, and our technologies are used, are safe, and they do not really harm the nature. Then they also need to know that the products are healthy when you use it, that the products had when producing those products, it had very little or almost no negative impact on your environment. These are the key messages, and even more that other countries also can add to this. But before the inauguration day, these three main groups should receive this information, so that to be motivated to participate to your day. Can we go to the other slide? The other side are steps, tools, and channels. Actually, I don't want to go too much into this because our partner from Greece talked about that in a very detailed manner. So to save time, let's go. Okay. No, so the third step would be the inauguration event already, and it is highly recommended that that would be, because this is a regional day, that would be one joint event to give the stakeholders the impression that this is a regional, not country-wise event, but also in the countries at the same day, the same moment, can have smaller events in each country also. Then, as I stated in the first, when explaining the first slide, everything starts after the inauguration day, when we need to understand if our brand really is performing well. And we have come up with certain indicators which would really speak about if the brand is performing well or not. I actually right now cannot tell who will be following. Maybe in the first stage, it would be the project, but after that, who the institutionalization process will show which organization will take the role. It might be, for example, the certification body, or it might be another independent body which will be following this, but it should be there, and it should follow that the awareness on CSA products in BSB societies are increasing with time and not decreasing after the event. Number of farmers using CSA technologies and wanting to get to operate under this brand are increasing over time. Number of companies are willing to operate under this brand, etc. There are a lot of other indicators as well, which are there, and you can later on be acquainted with it. But also, these are just, how to say it, advised indicators. There might be, when it will be institutionalized and an institution will take the role for monitoring of the CSA brand, then they can put certain goals, and based on their goals, they can have targets and follow their targets over time. It will depend on many factors. Yeah, on the goal set, first of all, and on the pace of development of this. But again, I want to mention two main things: that there should be very visible difference between organic and CSA and climate smart products. So just like when we say now organic, many people understand what it is. Many people should understand what CSA means and how it is different from organic. How it is larger, how it is green, etc. And also we need the projects which are supporting this idea to think about institutionalization and giving the role to proper, how to say, private sector organizations, which will really make profit out of the whole idea and be interested in continuing and inputting in this great idea. This much.
Thank you very much to all presenters. Մենք ունենք հարցեր երկրորդ պանելի մասնակիցների։
Do we have any questions addressed to the participants of the second panel? Because we have a limit of time, let's do 5 questions. And I can see 2 questions coming.
Sorry, comment is because I might not be in the project, but when you start doing the branding, but during our interviews, a lot of people asked, how do you define CSA? Is a product that has only one CSA element a CSA product or not? For example, if somebody grows non-organic product with drip irrigation, will you brand it as a CSA or not? Will you have a range of practices? What is the score? So a lot of people were asking this, like, how do they know if it's a CSA and how many practices or approaches are in it? And I think this has to be getting attention on the next stages of the project. And my question is to the Bulgarian expert. I agree intuitively that organic products are tastier than GMOs and stuff. Do we have any published data about it, like peer-reviewed articles and stuff? Are we talking just as a consumers or as scientists with references? It's very interesting for me because I hear a lot of arguments about the topic. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry very much. Can you speak into microphone?
So regarding the organoleptic properties of the organic products and bioorganic products, there are thorough studies with very solid science and statistics. So this is, I can guarantee you, I will send you the references maybe, but they exist. And even more, they are followed by studies regarding like even personality traces linked to the consumers who are focused on organic. So even how food modulates your moods and your personality traces, even up to this content, so up to this detail. So physiological parameters, you know, as skin humidity, temporary electric charges on the skin, blah, blah, blah, and so forth. Sanguine pressure, glucose, vitamins, whatever, name it. And more, even to the personality traces, moods, and, you know, thank you. Yes, yes. Deep psychological impact, long term, deep and long term.
Thank you very much. Մենք բարձրապես քանի որ ժամանակի սղություն ունենք, չեն կարող
Just that we have time limits. We cannot really have a long discussion around each question. I'm so sorry about that. And actually, it would be nice to stay for long, but we have to understand that we will be here by midnight. And I have a question. Please, there is a second question coming. You had a second question? Who has a question? A question aimed at addressed to the participants. Okay, please. Thank you. Armenian or English?
Thank you very much for the panelists. I think this topic is really of great interest to all of us because we feel ourselves as consumers as well as the promoters of organic, climate smart, etc. So again, like Natella, I would also probably just provide comment and come up with some questions and discussion. First of all, of course, for me, it's interesting how we come up with a common branding within these countries, right? Because considering also the conflicts that we have within and whether or not we need the, I'm sorry to say, but we need the common branding together or not. But this is more of a, I think, another topic. But okay, what I would like to add is that the market is overwhelmed with labels, as you mentioned, right? Labels. It's too overwhelming nowadays. It's like superfoods, it's gluten-free, it's cruelty-free, it's vegan, it's whatever, right? It's sustainable, it's green, it's climate smart, it's precision made, you know, agriculture, whatever, right? And organic. So out of all of this, only organic has a standard, as Hasmik mentioned, and the others just comply with like GAP standards and other standards. Don't we actually overwhelm the consumers with all this, you know, brands and labelings? And can we come up with something that's one and linear approach? Of course, every country also has its own legislation. I don't know how we come up with the common things because as you mentioned in your presentation, everyone has certain agreements with within their own regulations. So how do you actually bring all of this into one umbrella? Do you need to bring it into one umbrella or not, first of all? And how not to confuse the buyer, which in the developed countries, the consumers are more or less aware of the, you know, sustainability factor, whatever, right? But here in your countries probably as well, there is a lot of lack of awareness and understanding. Like they can be aware of the label, but not know exactly what it comes from, right? What it pertains to. So how not to confuse and come up with one approach together, you know? That's kind of maybe confusing question, but yeah.
Who wants to answer? Okay.
I think many of the experts can answer to this question. When you come from consumer point of view, you are very right, and I agree with you. And that is why I told if we need to differentiate, we need to understand that even though organic is great and have great values, and you know, as a brand, but climate smart agriculture also. But when you come from the need of the environment and global challenges, we need to understand that climate, like organic agriculture, organic certified products are not always use climate smart technologies. And climate smart is something that the whole world needs now very much, because the like global warming is an outstanding issue for the producers and for the whole world, for our environment, etc. And it comes from this side. In this sense, climate smart agriculture products have broader, more producers can go under this. But we should be very careful when promoting this, not to overlap, even though these are similar. When promoting it, when entering and starting to communicate with the consumers, that should be, this will be very, very difficult. And we need to start like both approaches are green, first of all, which is great, but the need for climate smart now is really outstanding. That's the point. And not to hinder each other. We need to, that organic and climate smart will not hinder in terms of awareness and publicity. This project needs to talk less about organic now and concentrate on the standards of climate smart. I understand they are similar, but the differences are very, very big as well. Yeah, not that, that's true, not always. I'm telling that organic is, that's why I like told that organic not always use climate smart technologies. That's the point. Real organic is
many organic producers even arguing that climate smart is not right term, because this also allows big players to come in and also claim that their production is somehow similar to organic. Therefore, because actually if you really follow all organic principles, it's does that make any adverse effects also on climate. So organic, if you don't practice so-called partial organic for experts, but keep it local, which is real organic, keep it local with local sourcing, etc. It is real climate smart agriculture, I would say that. And as about, I fully understand your question and agree there are many different labels, but actually labeling is one of the methods to give a very clear understanding to the consumer where what you buy. And if we are smart enough, we can invent something for that. And there is different things. There was talk about that maybe somebody uses only drip irrigation and others much more methods which are related to climate smart agriculture. This can be also somehow put into the label. For example, when we buy refrigerator, you can see there about efficiency, how efficient they are, and they're also green. So there is a possibility to play with it. And then about awareness of those marks, we have to do something. So this is about bringing more people into the climate resilient, I would say, more than smart practices.
Hello, can you please mute your microphones? Thank you.
We have an opportunity for one more question.
Comment that I would like to add to the two persons which spoke before me. Coming from a German perspective, we reached currently as people, we have lots of labels, and I need to confess, even myself, I don't know who is behind that, what is behind these labels. And now again, or shifting back to the Armenian perspective, it needs definitely any kind of mechanism or body who controls and monitors the right dealing in the right way with these labels, because it's not that difficult basically to create or to print or to copy and paste such label and put it on product. So if there's no control mechanism in place, Yerevan City, for example, or SAS or Norzov, I'm sure they wouldn't even want to risk any kind of penalties or punishments for this. But if we're talking about, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of metrics in the regions, and they understand, hey, the neighbors, they do it and they are successful, so we just copy and paste it. Nobody can control this. So one of the important things, I have no answer on this, but I think this is something we should take into account.
Thank you. I actually talked about the monitoring, and that was the final slide of mine, that it needs there should be certain indicators and certain institutions behind to monitor it. We should understand that just like organic producers, climate smart producers also will be various, and they will be various products under this, like all range of agricultural products can be or cannot be organic climate smart. And to kind of give this permission to use the label, there should be an institutional and moreover, because this is a regional brand, it's going to be a regional brand, then a regional international institution should be following it, and each country should have a certifier, so to say, which will take care of for the control, exactly what you mentioned, should control the situation. And the monitoring are here the number of indicators that can be indicating if the brand is doing well or not. But anyway, this can be defined by the institutions, like specialized and defined, because these are quite theory-based, how many want to enter. Why should a person choose being climate smart rather than organic? What will be the difference? What is the standard for organic and what is the standard for climate smart? This also is the question is raised by Natella. I think there should be a work group, first of all, which will come up with defining the standards for climate smart products. Who is allowed to use the climate smart label? And these institutions and together with the project should do. As for certifier, by the way, new structures would not be needed, in my opinion. The same organic certifiers can also certify for climate smart products in the countries. That can be the same institutions, because these are close by their nature, but there should be clear definition among these two categories of products, so that when people choose to do this or that certification, they would understand what value is delivered for the consumers, for the government, for them as a producer, and what is the difference with organic. And the indicators are there, which can be common for all, like areas under cultivation with climate smart in the countries increase with time. Producers that want to go under the brand also increase over time, etc. Many indicators can be indicating that the brand actually is doing well or not. And of course, this should be controlled by the institution.
Okay, thank you very much.
What we offer is that we understand that you're a little bit tired, but we will ask you not to go to the coffee break, but to take your break and croissant, tea, whatever you want, because we're having a coffee break, because we're being quite late. And we offer to immediately start the third panel discussion. What would you say? If you're very tired and if you really want to go, 5-10 minutes of break? No? If everyone wants to be a little quicker, does everyone agree that we continue? Very good. In that case, we're doing the third panel, the third panel discussion, which is already dedicated to retail centers to logistics centers which are able to work and which are climate smart and aimed at the climate smart opportunities. So in some ways, they also have a potential to involve the Black Sea Basin and all of that. In that case, and Violeta is also seated there. And Violeta is in the panel. Mikhail, please. Please, we're having this discussion stream.
Vaso, do you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Seljuk Albut, Zoya Prefak, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, and Zoya Prefak. You have Emil Stepanyan.
And also Emil Stepanyan on behalf of Armenia, please.
She's online? Zoya is online. Okay. Okay, great. Emilcan, enter.
I'm online. I'm Zoya Prefak. I'm here.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have presentation 3-4 minutes, please, each of us.
I will do it in half a minute. We are bargaining already. Just I will need the slides, please. Can we go to the slides? Yeah. We skip that part. We will now speak about the logistics centers. Actually, to be honest, in Bulgaria, well, we are a little bit behind comparing to the other partners because as of now, we haven't started this procedure of identifying the logistics centers, but what we have research already is that there is no specific type of logistics center in Bulgaria selling or trading only climate smart agricultural production. We even do not have, how to say, specific centers trading, big centers like wholesale trading centers specialized in organic production trading. So what we could do in this scenario is to search around and to identify 3 different types of logistics centers or let's say selling points. They're in 3 different scales and with 3 different profiles. So basically we're researching right now, first option are international chain of stores, you know, big stores like Kaufland, like Lidl, international chains that has stores in each country, almost in each big city. But we have found out that most of them also apply a special policy concerning the local producers and the local, it has disappeared, and the organic and bio products. Most of these chains or stores, they have specialized stands or sectors or places within the market where they give opportunity to the local bio and organic farmers to go there and sell, but not by themselves. It's like a selling point. They sell to the store and store resell for them. This way, the benefits and the profit for the farmers is not so big, actually, because they need to, in addition to comply with some requirements for volume and for quantity that they need to provide, but it's a way to go directly to the local market. The other type of centers or selling points that we have identified in our countries are the farmer markets. The farmer markets are quite a new trend actually in Bulgaria. Maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, they started to appear here and there. Even now, we have no more than 15 farmer markets across the country. In our city is one of the most successful, by the way. And the farmer markets are organized in a way. So there is one organization, usually NGO, organizing the market, and all the farmers are free to go and sell production as long as they're registered as bio or organic or other type, let's say in our case, climate smart producers. So in this way, they pay kind of very small tax, let's say, to be on the market and to be able to send free, but they have the direct access to their customers. So in addition to this, the farmer markets also implement kind of social function, raising awareness of the consumers about the local producers and the goods sold on the markets. For example, the lady who is accompanying me, she's the organizer of the Dobrich Farmer Market in Bulgaria, and she's doing videos all the time. She's visiting the farms, filming how everything is produced, and then she's promoting her farmers, the farmers that are selling in her market. So this is the added value that a local farmer market as a not only as logistics center, but also as promoting center could provide in benefit of the local farmers and producers. And the third option in our country could be local businesses. This is also quite a new trend. Like one person who has a small store and it's specialized in selling farmer products only and from the region only. So local farmer products, and these stores, they're new, like from 2 or 3 years ago established. One person is uniting and knowing by name in person all the farmers in the region. So they go to this person, they leave their goods there, the person sells the goods and then give them the profit if there is such. So these are the ways our country is working right now, and our market in Bulgaria of climate smart and organic and bio products is working. Was it enough? Yep. Half a minute. Maybe two. We go to next.
Right, so we did the mapping of logistics centers. There are totally 18 that we have identified. I mean, there are a lot more, of course. It's just 18 that we could map and understand their profiles. They come in different sizes and they produce different, they sell different products. There are producers that consolidate farmers' primary products, process it, and then can export it abroad. There are also online and physical shops that sell products. And I would highly suggest you to check the website of our project once the interactive map is done. It will be very interesting. Next slide, please. Yes, and just this is for the EU member states mostly, and Armenia as well, actually. We have free trade with both. It means that there is a potential to buy products from Georgia and not pay the import tax, which is quite a big advantage. In case of EU, we can export only 200 tons of garlic, but I'm sure you won't be buying that much anyways. So please visit the project website once the interactive map is done. Thank you very much.
Half a minute. Next in row, can you please show the slide so we know who is next? Who is next?
Hello, everybody. Do you hear me?
Yes, Zoya, we hear you.
I'm glad to be here with you today, even from distance. I'm Zoya Prefac, Associate Professor from Ovidius University of Constanța, and I'm responsible for logistics centers mapping for Romania. It was identified and mapped a number of 11 logistics centers which are located in the southeastern part of Romania, which are BSB eligible area. Most of them are situated in Dobruja, in Constanța and Tulcea County, and one of them are in Buzău County. Due to the geographical conditions of the region, like landforms, namely plains, tablelands, and hills, or fertile soils and climatic conditions, the region is very fitted for agricultural crops and viticulture. So as to the profile, the types of logistics centers varies from vineyards start my video. I don't, I apologize. My camera doesn't work. I apologize for this. My laptop is not working properly. The profiles, the types of the logistics centers in Romania varies from vineyards to winery and retail centers, grocery stores, cold meats factories, dairy produce, breeders' meat processing centers, and others. Please, the next slide, if it's possible. Okay. For example, I choose 5 logistics centers, namely Cramadarie, Băcănia Câmpănească, Consoradi, Eldamec, and Moș Iosif, which sells various products like wines, traditional meat, traditional cold meat, dairy products, and also babik, pastrami, sausages, etc. The owners of logistics centers start the business in the post-communist period, especially in the last 2 decades, with the desire to ensure to provide healthy food for their families, and then they developed the business with private financing from local level to the national, up to the national level. Also, products promotion is achieved both through online, with the help online medium, with the help of virtual stores, websites, or then on their own website, Facebook pages, and by organizing, for example, for the wine sellers, for example, wine tasting in their own restaurants, and by attending wine competitions organized at the national level, where they won awards and medals. And the usual clients are retailers, distributors, restaurants, and individual customers. The sales are made by distributors, partners stores, and hypermarkets such as Metro, Selgros,
Zoya, I very apologize.
Yeah.
You have 1 minute, sorry. We are out of time. 1 minute.
I will finish with this, with hypermarkets. Yes, Metro, Selgros, Carrefour. I don't want to make promotion for this, but I'm finished.
Okay, great, thank you.
I apologize. I didn't present the first slide, but it's okay.
Okay.
With the products and the stores for dairy products in Constanța city.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Turkey? Selçuk, do you hear us?
Yes. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Selçuk Albut. I am working in agricultural faculty in Namık Kemal University, and I an expert interactive map expert in this project. Firstly, I will thank to everyone who helped organize committee this conference. I will provide a presentation about logistic hubs in Turkey for wholesale and retail trading in sustainable delivery, organic farming, and good agricultural products, as well as local, regional, and cross-border chains. In Turkey, there are numerous national and local wholesale and retail logistics centers. They sell their items in local markets, market chains, and internet sales centers, like online sales. These products, all of the Turkey listed in the names, addresses, and current list of all the national and local organic product companies can be found on the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry website. Next, please. Thank you. This list consists of categorized with good agriculture and organic farm marketing methods in 3 categories. This one, neighbor markets, second, market chains, and third one, online sales centers. Neighbor markets, these are largely controlled by local governments. There are a total of 24 organic neighbors markets in Turkey. As you see, numbers of mostly in Istanbul, 9 markets, Izmir 4, and Ankara, Kayseri 2, and others province in 1 market in the Turkey. Next, please. The second one is market chains. In Turkey, national and international market chains sell with the good agricultural practice products labeled with thousands of branches all over Turkey. The most important supermarket chains in Turkey, as well as the total number of branches. There are only 3,000 branches of chain markets, each of which has branches in at least 5 provinces across Turkey. The biggest one is Migros, Carrefour, Mopas, Makro Center, and Tarım Kredi Birlik is these market centers. Next slide, please. And the third says organic and good agricultural products online sales centers. The following are the main organic and good agricultural products online sales centers in Turkey. These online markets places sell organic and high quality agricultural products from all over the Turkey by shipping all of the Turkey. Approximately the biggest one is the slide, as you should see. Now, I thank you to 4 of the committee, and thank you very much this presentation.
Vaso?
Yes, so I will be extremely quick. So next slide, if you can. So we, as I said before, we worked in the area of region of Central Macedonia and the region of East Macedonian Press, so that is under Macedonia and Thrace. We identified 10 logistics centers. However, there are much more, but we appointed these tasks to an external expert, so we had to set a limit. The logistics centers comprise 2 supermarkets, very popular in Thessaloniki and the wider area. We have one union of organic farmers, which is also selling products. We have a company that produces, trades, and distributes organic products in Greece and abroad. You can see their trademarks here. They all have active websites, and someone can search for further information in these websites. Next slide, please. So we have 3 companies which are mini markets and also delicatessens for vegetables, but for a wider range of products like dairy products and other kind of products that the one can find in a mini market, more or less. So, and apart from that, we have 3 more cooperatives, either consumer producers or only consumer cooperatives. And you can see them here listed here. And these cooperatives are promoting bio products, but also they are applying good practices in the framework of sustainable marketing and also circular economy. And as I said before, you can find further information in their website and also in the texts that we produced for the needs of Agreen. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaso. And we have Emil.
Hello, my name is Emil Stepanian. I'm representing Armenia. Thank you for joining this great event of Agreen. Talking about logistics centers in Armenia, we in Armenia, of course, we have all these sales channels, open air farmer markets, sales retail chains, online trade of fruits and vegetables. But we would like to concentrate in logistics centers in classical meaning of logistics centers. It means the areas equipped with storages and full range of processing goods, export, import, etc. So in this point of view, we have no in Armenia logistics centers with full range of services, sorting, packing, palleting, storing, custom services, export, import, etc. But we identified about 10 organizations which provides some elements of logistics centers. Some figures about international trade of Armenia in 2020 export. We have some plus minus balanced export and import in terms of fruits and vegetables, and we say that less than 10% of Armenian fruits and vegetables produced in Armenia are exported. It means that there is a great potential for Armenia to produce climate smart agricultural products and export this production. Very huge possibility. And we are sure that logistics centers will significantly activate the international trade of climate smart agricultural products. Next, please. We identified some key obstacles for developing and creating of new logistics centers of Armenia in Armenia. This is lack of communication between key stakeholders. insufficient volumes and seasonality in Armenia. We know that construction of logistic centers require huge investment, and this investment should be justified by appropriate, proper volumes of production. We have a lack of funds and expertise in Armenia, and still low level, not sufficient level, I would say, of governmental support and regulation. And in this framework, we recommend creating networking and cooperation platforms for all stakeholders to communicate. We think that insufficient volumes can be addressed by empowering the production capacity of farmers. And also we suggest cooperation with Georgia, which also a small market like in Armenia. And we think that synergy with Georgian, with our good neighbor Georgia, would beneficial for both countries. And lack of expertise can be addressed through involvement of international experts. And we think that availability of funds can be addressed, can be solved through governmental support and third-party investment. We propose to initially to construct 3 logistic centers, one in at the border of Georgia for mutual synergy with Georgian part, one at the border of Iran, and one in the center of Armenia in Armavir or Ararat districts, which are known as main agricultural districts of Armenia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This time our experts were quite brief and they were quite laconic. So now we will have questions and answers connected with the third panel discussion, logistics centers, the network here and the communication. Do you have any questions? Also, we encourage the online participants to have questions. You can either type them in or you can say by microphone. This is being translated into both languages, so please let into Armenian and English. So you just can turn on the microphone and speak, please. You're invited to ask questions if you have any.
Okay. Okay. Oh, make hearts.
We do have a question, please.
You're talking about the Armenian logistic centers, which could be one in Georgian border and one in center and one in Iranian border. I guess those could work as a dry port too. But regarding that, that items which you noted over there, lack of funds and something like that, do we have any experience in other countries, which now we are talking about our 6 countries, to use one integrated system? For example, local postal service, some of the systems cooperating together to giving this kind of the logistic solutions. Do we have that kind of the systems in these countries which we're talking about, or do you have any plan to utilizing the local postal service, local transport service, or renting the regional refrigerators or something to utilize that, to minimize the funds which you need? Yes, existing infrastructure, exactly.
If I may share for Bulgaria, until now, according to the research, most of the organizations and centers are private funded. So how to say, the government do not consider normal to fund with state money, private organizations. So each of them, like the big chains, they find their way out, how they will deal with all the logistics, with the facilities renting and everything. Usually they build their own, they sustain them on their own costs. So in this particular question, we do not receive any state support. Maybe it's possible, but there is no such practice established yet. However, I can tell you in particular for my region, the farmer market in Dobrich, it's supported by the local municipality. And it's not a policy, it's not a governmental policy, but it's kind of goodwill from our municipality to our local community. They do provide the space. I mean, it's an open square, actually, the space for organization every week on particular day of this farmer market for free. So this is the support of the local. Yeah. About the big facilities, no, everyone is taking care of his own facilities, and that's it. This is all we can do. But there was an idea at, I mean, state level to apply for European funding at state level, as I said, to build a couple of logistics centers that are closer to the sea coast, so they can easily shorten the chain to supply the restaurants and the hotels that are established at the sea coast. It's still an idea only. The local infrastructure to get benefit of what you already have, just someone to organize it, to put it together. We don't have such a good practice, unfortunately, but maybe it's a good idea to work on, yeah, in next application.
Okay. Ուրիշ հարցեր ունենք?
Do we have any other questions? In that case, we go to the next panel, which is best practices, presentation of functional business models. We don't have a lot of time, so each country we can show one example. What would you say? How one example would suffice? Would you agree? In that case, please let all the colleagues know that each country will present one example. And Violeta is seated. We are inviting Mariam. Mariam Michael.
Okay. Vaso is here. Yes. Fatih, are you with us? Romeo. Oh, on behalf of Romeo. And
And Harutun, please come. So our colleagues have asked actually to be a little to be first, because our partner from Greece has different time zone. So please, Greece goes first, and then the other countries, if you don't mind. We will go in order.
Okay, thank you for giving me priority somehow, but we have to leave the office soon, so this is why I asked for going first. So we are going to present one out of the 5 good practices identified. We are prepared for presenting 2, but we will go for the one coming from the Agricultural Cooperative of Vasilika and the Legumes Producers Group. So the region of operation is the city of Vasilika within the municipality of Thermi in eastern Thessaloniki. The size of cultivation is 250 acres and they are employing 5 persons there. Next slide, please. So the agricultural cooperative of Vasilika are using the practice of greening according to the latest Common Agricultural Policy, which asks for areas over 150 acres. There should be a set-aside piece, the area named Ecological Focus Area, and 5% of this area should be cultivated with legumes. So they applied this kind of practice, and the production they had, they are selling it, and they're having an actual benefit out of it. Next slide, please. So the benefits stemming from the implementation of this practice, which is based, as I said, on the new CAP Common Agricultural Policy, is the natural soil enrichment, the decrease in the use of fertilizers, and these are the impacts coming from the cultivation of legumes, the decrease in the use of inputs and resources, the decrease in production cost, increase in cultivation yield production, increase in product quality, decrease in greenhouse emissions, and protection of the environment and ecosystem. We presented this good practice in the framework of our focus group, and we had with us representatives from the agricultural cooperative of Vasilika, who are very open to new suggestions, but they are promoting their practice really effective, and they are they express the potential of expanding this activity and their good practice to further fields. So this is and of course, since they are joining as associate partner this project, they are always available for further information sharing, and of course gaining the experience on behalf of the other partners. So very short, very quick. Thank you. So this is the second one that we prepared, but you said that we should go just for one.
Yes, Vasil, thank you. Thank you very much. To which practice do we head now? Ours? Okay. I have prepared one practice only, which is kind of unusual practice, because I know that the other partners will present you farms and other types of family, small and medium enterprises who are focusing on the environmental benefits from the climate smart agriculture. But I decided to present you a practice which is most focused on the social side and the social benefit from the climate smart agriculture. So we have chosen social entrepreneurship, which is founded by an NGO in Dobrich in our city. Actually, it's in the middle of the city. The municipality gave them for free a piece of abandoned land, which was used by the local people for, you know, to store some garbage. I mean, literally. So they have cleared it by themselves. And now they have 200 square meters of land, of greenhouses, and I think about 0.4 hectares of all the field. What is important and what is specific for this, let's call it enterprise? It is a social enterprise, and the only people who are working there are people with mental disabilities. These are people who have never been employed before in their lives. This is the first job for all of them. Some of them, they call them the youngsters. Some of them are more than 40 years old. So for these people, this was the chance to have their job, to have a community They actually built the community during the job, and they have built together with two persons. For me, they're kind of heroes. These two persons who are managing the NGO. They have built everything with their bare hands. From the beginning, they start from a piece of garbage, and they built their way through this with the labor of 22 mentally disabled persons. There are no persons, I mean, normal is not a good word, but there is no such type of persons working there. So in addition to providing employment and jobs to people from the local community who would not have other chance to be employed, they have produced a very delicious food. I can guarantee for it. And they're selling only to local people, or mostly to local people, who are appreciating the organic food production, in addition to the social impact of the enterprise. So these people started to be supported recently by a lot of other businesses in the city, and this practice started to multiply across the country. So now there are other NGOs interested in starting small farms and engaging disabled people in somehow. So this is our contribution to the climate smart agriculture social aspect and social benefits in favor of the local community. This is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you. Next one. There are more photos, and here are some slides. What kind of crops do they plant and do they sell? There are quite more details in the presentation. You will be able to see it. Next presenter, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I will talk about one of the examples we are working with. This is restoration of local wheat in Georgia, and this is a special project we are running since 1996. As you know, with the former Soviet experience, in Soviet republics, there was a distribution of tasks to each republic. So Georgia was mainly producer of wine and the citruses and tea, while other staple food like wheat was almost neglected and abandoned, despite the fact that Georgia, as Armenia, also belonged to the center of origin of wheat, and Georgia has 5 endemic species, for example, and these species, though are not high yielded varieties, but their composition is very specific, and many health related aspects are connected to those wheat species. The problem in the beginning with reintroduction of those crops to farmers' fields where there was not enough seed material, because also during Soviet time these seeds were just kept in scientific research centers, and you hardly found them on farmers' fields. So we started a multiplication program where we were giving free to farmers certain amount of seed material and seeds, and they were after sowing and getting harvest, they were bringing back about 1.5 portion of the seeds that they received. And with that, we were able to multiply the seeds, and already maybe we can go the next slide. We were able to multiply enough seed material so that for one of the varieties One of the varieties we grow, many farmers already grow commercially, and they are directly linked to the bakeries. And although the harvest of this wheat, as I mentioned, is not as high as for high industrial varieties, but also it should be mentioned that high industrial varieties need lots of inputs. And also you have to cultivate them on irrigated land, while this wheat you can grow in rain-fed system, which and does not require much inputs, which makes it possible to grow in those areas where formerly farmers were not able to cultivate almost anything. And besides that, if we make calculation of income per hectare for farmers, it can be double or triple, because local bakeries became becoming more and more interested in such type of wheat, because they have other specific taste characteristics. And the bread baked from this type of wheat becoming popular also in very fancy restaurants of Tbilisi, and also tourists are interested in this type of bread. And with this project, we promote local sourcing of the product, and that the bread baked, so much loved local Georgian bread, is baked also from local varieties of wheat, so you can sell not only the product, also together with the story, and it makes possibility of value chain actors to benefit more, sell better. And at present, we also cooperate with the Gastronomic Association, who are interested in making the different, you can go further to if there are some more slides, but it's already Romania. So with Gastronomic Association, we have plans to further promote this wheat, so that many restaurants, high-level restaurants, will have this possibility to bake and present local wheat together with local products. And this will give possibility to farmers also further increase their plots. And as for per kg income, they already earn minimum 50% of more income. In many places also it's getting to double or triple income. It depends on the variety of local wheat they are growing. This is in short. And we also sell this through internet. There is EcoMart we have. And some of the farmers already also sell those wheat through Facebook. So they just advertise, and they can put even some, while generally wheat price is about 50 tetri, some farmers through internet, they sell for 3-4 lari, almost 10 times or 8 times more. So thank you.
Thank you. Speaking of a Facebook as a trade channel, I can tell you a lot of stories, but it's not the place and the time right now. Who is online? Romeo is online and could present the Romanian, one of the Romanian good practices. Romeo, do you hear us?
I'm hearing you.
Great, we are able to hear you.
It's a very low volume, but did you hear me?
Perfectly. Perfectly. We hear you very well. So yes, please, it's you.
The low volume for me.
We hear you perfectly. So you can continue, please.
It's okay. It's okay, Romeo.
Lilian, maybe you could pass the message that we hear him very well.
Auzim foarte bine, vorbești.
Just speak.
Romeo, can you hear us? Yeah, we hear you very well. You can speak, please.
Okay, my name is Romeo Magurdichan, and also my genetic home is Armenian because my father is from there. And I present two experiences in Romania. It's about large farmers that already have a technology for climate smart agriculture because they are put in a situation to do it due to lack of rain, lack of water, and let's say more extreme climate changes. Here I present is one of the largest associate farmer cooperative, is in the south of Dobroja. And there is a small description of that. They gather 20,000 hectares, and they have 48 members. And they have a large-scale agriculture with barley, sunflower, and peas. They also experience on bio on wheat. They try to cultivate wheat in a biological and organic condition. They have tested, and also they say to me that the price for treatment is coming to be available, is coming to be more close to the standards, and they are encouraged to do it. Okay, please, next slide. They already apply climate smart agriculture due to the impact of changes, and they, let's say, for example, for their good practice, are delaying the sowing season by 2 weeks. And also they make a precision agriculture and also software application, and try organic and ecological agriculture in 2 farm. Okay. It's about a second example is a large farmer. They are also on the south of Dobruja. Okay, they have 3,000 hectares, and for them is also problem with water, and now they intend to make to have underground supply of water. They also buy all the equipments to do it, and have all let's say paperwork to put on work. And also, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Romeo. And I see next on the screen is Turkey. So Fatih, it's you. Could you
Okay.
please select one of the practices?
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
very much. Hello again. Climate smart agriculture in Turkey is a new concept, so there are not many business model. So I shared here environmental or ecological best models or best practices here. I have reported 6 of them in the feasibility studies, but I will tell here 3 of them. It will not take long time. Next slide, please. The first one is smart irrigation technology to save water and mitigate the adverse effect of climate change. In Turkey, 6.6 million hectare agricultural land is irrigated, but 90% of the irrigated land is irrigated by conventional methods. Only 10% is smart agricultural technology. So the water is lost. I mean, the total water irrigation water efficiency is less than 40%. It means that 60% of the diverted water from the resources is lost. To prevent this, for modern irrigation infrastructure investments, the government provides long-term loans to farmers with no interest or low interest rates, or some of them as grants. As for the trace region that is included in the BCB or project area, 20,000 hectare area is under irrigation, and 50% of which is under smart irrigation practices. You have seen 2 firms here to produce walnut using smart irrigation technologies. One is 830 hectares. I mean, not it is 8,000 because it is written, you know, by mistake. And the second one is 150 hectares. And both of them produce walnut. Except from walnut, there are grape production and orchard trees, but I have chosen these 2 models. And next, please. Next slide, please. The second best practices is minimum tillage and direct seedling. This practices is for preventing water losses from the soil profile and energy uses minimization. Direct seedling is practiced in summer corn as second crop for silage after harvesting wheat, barley, or veg. It is practiced in more than 3,000 hectare area in Trace region. In the picture on the left-hand side, you can see a machine. This machine is imported. However, now in Trace region, many of the producers can design this machine and produce, and it is developing very fast now. In the picture in the middle, you can see the newly established or sown corn after the wheat harvesting, and the last in the last picture on the left hand side you can see the later stages of this corn sown. The next please. The next practices are is the shifting or adjusting planting days. In recent days, because of the climate, seasonal climate change, a yellow drought disease is seen in Trace region in most of the area, and it caused quality and yield loss up to 33%. And farmers practiced, to shift the sowing date from October to November and overcame this problem. And farmers also aware of that, the fact that they have to determine the planting date of the other plants such as sunflower. If they obtain the sowing dates critically, they can escape the prolonged summer drought. That's all for to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fatih. Up to now, I have indicated that a lot of the countries have common practices, actually, to overcome it. Shared or not, I'm not sure, but it's kind of coincidence. And last, Armenia. Okay, I will give the mic.
Hello, I am Harutun Mnatsakanyan. I am from Armenia. I'm Armenian. And since 2009, I have been doing agriculture. And since 2016, I have been producing organic agriculture. And I have 200 hectares of plot. This is located above 1,850 meters above the sea level. Mostly it's Amur. And this is traditional Amur, let's say. So it's not been changed in any way. And we get it from the seeds. I have more than, let's say, around 600 tons of products on lands that have not been irrigated by water. And this is based on the hectares that I've mentioned. Since 2016, I have been an organic producer. And what I'm doing is that in fall, in autumn, I'm doing the sow. And if there are seeds that there is wheat that is coming in, let's say pests that are happening in spring, I'm also taking care of this. So because Armenia is a rocky land, I'm trying to make sure that this sowing and all of that is done in the right way. And of course, there are losses being reported when we're talking about this. Parallel to this, I've also cultivated quinoa and chicken peas.
Արդյունքից գոյեմ, այսքան տարիներ հիվանդություններ չեն ընկել, ոչ մի տեսակի պեստիցիդներ չեմ օգտագործել.
Because the diseases have not changed and have not been there. And I would like to say that in 2018, I didn't want a certificate of organic farming, but my traditional method has not changed. So it has, I'm not doing any adverse effects on ecology. Thank you.
You
will not believe me, but we have finished it all. We have finished all of the parts, and this is the time. This is the last chance for asking questions. Please, you're very welcome to ask questions. Everyone, online or physically present, and you can ask questions to anyone, to me, to Violet, even to cameraman who are here. You can ask questions to them as well, should you wish. So maybe there was a topic about panel discussions. Maybe there was a question about one of the cases of the countries. You can ask this question now, and you can also direct it to us later. Let's say, let us know, and then we will direct it. We have a question, please. It's not a question.
English speakers here. So not a question, but just to know if there is going to be a separate meeting of the institutional bodies of the presented countries to work on the legislative and regulatory system on creating the climate smart agricultural general umbrella branding, and to understand what are the harmonization needs with other standards, etc. So is there going to be a separate stakeholders?
Is it working?
Thank you very much for the question. It's a good one. Actually, within the framework of this particular project, we were not supposed to go so far and to actually have something to present to the authorities, to the national authorities. We do have something to present, but from now on, within this project, there is any meeting planned to be organized, at least by us. But it will be great, actually, if we can inform the authorities in the different countries for this conference, so we can always exchange the contacts for the platform. Moreover, if they are members of the community of practice and the alliance, they can negotiate such type of meeting by themselves. And it's also a good suggestion for a next project, like continuation of this one to be planned. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, another question. Ուրիշ հարցեր։
Other questions? If you don't have any other questions, as far as you understand, ICARE, the Armenian Foundation, really likes participating in a lot of meetings. So we are very active with our partners, warehouse beneficiaries. So we got the feedback that people want to drink coffee and actually have their communication. So we have more sessions. There is coffee networking. There should be a slide. Everyone is free. You can take coffee, you can communicate with each other, and you can have nice conversations. We hope this will continue.
One question, if possible. It's online, it's Anahit Ghazanchian. I just want to ask you whether it is possible, I mean, it is free and open, yeah, to join the community of good practice. Yeah, it's so.
Yes, sure.
So, yeah.
It is open, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, great event. I just put here some my observation that actually you managed to bring very large content of 3 full conferences into 1 full day conference. So people are excited but very inspired. Thank you very much. Great work. Good.
Thank you very much for the comment. And about the joining the community of practice, please just contact us after the conference and we'll make the arrangement. Thank you. Anybody who would like to say anything? Okay.
In such case, we are starting networking and drinking coffee. Thank you for everyone who was listening in the English channel, and we wish you a great